Good morning, everybody. Nick Blazer back here with more action from the UK Open. This is round 4 we're in now. Undefeated pairings in the Masters of the UK Open. We've got playing the dark checkers on top, Julian Minwalla, and playing the light checkers on bottom, Peter Bennett. Both, I guess, did Andrew say they were like chairman of the UKBGF or something? But like heavily involved in the federation here too. So probably common names around here. I know I commentated some Julian matches from Gibraltar, I want to say. I don't know if I've ever seen Peter Bennett play before. I think so, though. The name sounds really familiar. But so we have a 4-1 split to start. I think we still do the... Ooh. Yeah, I always forget. We're going to make the 4-point. We usually like to make the 11 with it. It's rare that we step up and make the 22 with it, but maybe facing this builder, I think I would just do the standard play. Play 13 to 11. This, of course, is a contender, too. The only one we would use all 4 or 2s to hit with is after a 6-4 split. I remember that. But yeah, I think the offensive threat and the priming potential is so strong when we make the 4 and the 11 here. We should be ahead offensively by quite a bit when we go for that. And of course, the 22, not exactly the desired anchor in any game either. It's an improvement over the 24. Must be a close candidate no matter what. 6-2 is going to make the bar point. Okay. 5-1. No place for the 1. So what's the best we could do with this? We could just hit 8-2. That is still sort of like a double shot, but it's probably the fewest shots to hit somehow. Otherwise, we're stuck slotting the bar or the 5 with our last pair on it. None of those look very good. So I think we should just take advantage of our board advantage and probably hit somewhere. I don't see any reason to hit 6 to ace and play some ace and create another blot somewhere else. So yeah, I'm struggling to find another play other than 8-2 here. If we were more ahead in the race, maybe we'd be inclined to just run or something off the 22. That does seem least destructive, but sure feels, I think it's going to be hard for him to find that after using the double 2s to make the 22 to like split with it and play down or something. Yeah. 4-1. Okay, that's not one of the hitting aces. And our opponent has an anchor. We're running out of space on the other side, so I think it's high time to split. There's only 8 in the zone. We are outboarded, and he's got a checker on like a deep point, which suggests a blitzing formation in Mochi's prime versus blitz maybe. But I still think when your opponent has an advanced anchor, it trumps that. So I'd go for that. Okay, he's going to go ahead and slot a point instead. Wants to keep his anchor and stay safe that way. And it would have put a lot of pressure on this roll. I guess the 5-1 could have made the ace point or something. But this could comfortably make the deuce. It gets to hit in back and split the checkers too. Yeah, this looks good. 5-1, this one gets to hit. And so now white has a nice anchor slotted. So I think with 3 back each, that in the better board, that black checkers want to hit loose on the high point again and fight for that 5 point. See who wins that battle. If the black checkers can win that battle, I think they've got a pretty significant advantage in this game. 5-2, no such luck. And where is the 2 going to be? We don't really want to strip the mid. So what back checkers, we don't like to jump out to the bar point and give our opponent a 6 from the bar. So even though it looks weird and kind of front loaded, I think 24 to 22 would be my favorite deuce. This is reasonable as well. Aces. I think this is going to try one more time for the 5 point, especially now that we have 4 checkers back. Take a tempo away too. And then I think we'd probably like to secure the 20 point. Yeah, the best anchor. So now we can fight for both 5s. It is the last spare and there's only 7 in the zone, but I think it's still worth the loose hit here. Yeah, I like this. The more checkers back we get, the more willing to play really pure like this we tend to get. Especially with an anchor already. Peter's going to send that back once more. And now we have the game shaping up. It looks like black is going to have a deep holding game, a double anchor game of some sort. I think he should establish the 22 right now. And white's going to try to work around and keep the priming formation in front. Hasn't deployed any of the checkers on the 6 point, which is a big liability for containing all those back checkers. Enters, I guess he could make the 23 instead too, but maybe this mobility plays okay. He isn't so far behind yet, but I still would, I feels safer just having the second anchor. The more I look at it, maybe I would like to make the 23 the deeper one too, but either way. So he's going to point, and yeah, not a lot to do with the last deuce other than step up like that. Things are shaping up nicely for white now. Equalize the board strength. I still think it's pretty important to establish that second anchor here, but Julian doesn't think he's down enough in the race to support that, I guess is what he's saying here, with only 2 more checkers back. So he's going for mobility instead by stepping up, and that could be the right idea. I think you can establish the 23 and get better distribution 13 to 8 and just still have the intention of coming off the back checkers now. I don't feel like it's a big rush. Like, we still have things to work with on the other side. Peter's just finding the checkers that move and trying to make progress towards home. I like that play. A lot of his movement in a game like this is going to be very restricted. 3-1. It's not particularly exciting to break one of our few points to hit here. And it's too early anyway. I'm not sure what the upside is, so I'm not sure I like 8 to 7 here. I do like unstacking 13 to 10 and then maybe just continue to the 9, and I guess actually I like the 13 to 10 and still I like making the 22 along with it is what I really want to do. I almost missed that ace back there since we've been ignoring that, but it seems like that's not Julian's plan. Okay, he's ready now. Starting to get worried with 10 checkers in the zone, and that's reasonable. There is more pressure on it too, so maybe he's found the right time to do this. Double 3s can hit and send another checker back. Doesn't accomplish a whole lot. I don't know what else he wants to do. Yeah, he has a lack of 3s here. It looks like he could just stack up the bar points. He would love to come down and make the 10 as a blocking point for now, I guess, and hit, but then where's the last 3? So I think we just have to rewind it all and find something different. I don't think he's going to prefer to switch from the bar point to the ace point. That's the only new board point he could make. So maybe he could just play really loose and hit, put a spare on the 7, and then play down to the 10. Yeah, so if he does this, the last one is 10 to 7, I'm pretty sure. This is an interesting back game play. Okay, I actually don't mind that, but I think the 4 point's pretty valuable, and I'd rather let my opponent hop out and hit one of these spots in the outfield. I don't think we're getting such priming value out of it. I think just 10 to 7 with this is okay. But I don't think that play that he's looking at can be too bad. It looks not what we're used to thinking about against many checkers back, but it allows a point behind the anchors. You know, those checkers can get recirculated, break Julian's timing, and then he doesn't have a back game to play. Yeah, I think this prudent move is the one, though. Well found. Ace is going to enter, and then the 4 can just pop out for mobility. 2 anchors, we're just playing pure and trying to keep checkers circulating. So yeah, I think it looks like Peter's realizing that Julian has decent timing for this and needs to be careful about giving him too much to work with. 5-2. We could just vacate the anchor and start making progress around, make that outfield points. It would allow his opponent to put checkers on the 5 point eventually, but it feels like a decent time for that. I don't mind 20 to 15 and 10 to 8, but I think this is kind of a natural candidate as well. The thing about this is that it might feel scarier to leave the 20 point soon or later. I think this one I like 13 to 8 and 16 to 12, just trying to spread checkers out in the outfield and build some more blocking points in front of those 2 checkers to give Peter trouble escaping that 20 and hopefully rooting some of his forward position before he gets to leave. And with 2 high anchors like this too, Julian's in a pretty nice position too, where he can play a double anchor game, but he can just leave one if he runs out of timing as well, and it can just work like a holding game. So a lot of these, when you have the 20 point involved, they're kind of like two-way games like that. They're very flexible. They probably don't win as much as like a true deep, well-timed 1-2 back game, but they don't lose as many gammons either. The 4 out. Yeah, I don't see a lot of duplication or any reason to do much else. I think I'm just going to keep that one going. But he's got a lot of different ways he could think about this. He could continue with it. He could play 20 to 18. He could. I think you want to avoid plays like 6 to 4, even though they look like they might create builders for deeper points. It's just a couple pips of timing on the front that you run out of that way. You don't like to commit that to deeper points. Double 5s. Nothing's moving in the back checkers, so not the roll he's looking for. It looks like the best play is just going to be to make the 3-point from the 13. It's getting risky, and he really needs to step up to the 22 or the 20 with that back checker, get that moving around to maintain his timing. But again, like I was just saying, I mean, if he has to vacate the 21st and play a 22-point game, that's not the end of the world here either. I don't think this is enough for Peter to have like a cube on all those liabilities quite yet. But he's doing better than a regular back game for sure, so he should be thinking about it. Yeah, we've got this. I guess he does have his choice of 5s here. Maybe it's better to slot the bar than to play down to the 8s. I don't mind that. That is a point we'd rather make. It's not, it duplicates 2s. I don't know if that's so important though. If we get hit, it's not a big deal. I think I really do like 12 to 7 quite a bit more. It just looks like a piece of structure that we might like to make, so why not slot it? Yep, Peter's trying to figure out if this is bad enough for the timing to send a cube early here. I agree with him, not quite. And I think it's worth sending the checker back here. The checker on the 12 functions as a decent amount of pips and mobility right now, and if it gets stuck behind the structure, it might not work that way. If it enters on the ace or the deuce, he could end up cracking Julian. So sometimes, the raw pips look like timing, in the XG pip count or something like that. You also have to be conscious of how playable those pips are. And so when you have like a pure 5 or 6 prime that you're sending it behind, then maybe it's not, and it's much better to send it back. Here's kind of right in the middle with that 4 prime in the way. 2-1. This is interesting. So he could keep the 23 with the intent of leaving the 22 or the 20 and playing a new back game later. Or he could just step up and try to have a playable 6 from the 22. I think this is probably better. I think he's got a playable 6 and a 4 from the 20 now. It would help to have the pip count here, because, he probably wants 70 or 80 to reasonably have a chance at playing the 70 or 80 pip deficit to have a reasonable chance at playing the 2-3. And then he's counting on being able to mobilize the 20. So I'm not sure how close the timing is on that. I think they both must be pretty good. But if the pip deficit is a lot less, then probably just vacating the 23 right away and giving yourself more numbers to play from the back would be called for. I guess the problem I see is that 4s are really uncomfortable this way. And so when we keep the 23, maybe 4s are easier to play. I think in the end I prefer the other. 5-6. Yeah, I think it's totally reasonable to just hit behind on the deuce and try to get recirculated. It's probably even better though to just place the 14-point checker on the 9 and play down to the 7. And then if our opponent does get lucky enough to escape with a 6 for mobility, they're untiming themselves too and giving us some timing to work with. So this is a common concept in back games too, that we like to put checkers in the way on the escape route to break our opponent's timing. I don't think that pointing on the deuce is worth it here. I think the blocking structure is much more important. Okay, so he's decided that he doesn't want to slot the 9 if he plays his 5. And now he's debating between putting another checker on a point he wants to clear or hitting loose back there and trying to gain timing that way. Reasonable. This is going to allow his opponent to roll those bad 4s. When we don't put him on the bar, then our opponent can roll their worst number. Otherwise, they just fan with it. So I think I really like not hitting here. Again, the idea with this one, I think he's just hoping that his opponent rolls a 2, enters, recirculates him that way. If not, he can make another board point. So 6-4 would have been a pretty good shot for Julian, actually. It's a lot of pips, but he did save him quite a few pips, too. So yeah, we'll see what the plan was here now, because it's not immediately apparent that he should want to cover. Yeah, he could still slot and cover from the 6. That actually brings the checker in, but it does seem like his intention was to make the deuce point. To start make points behind and find his route in, but I think Peter is inadvertently timing Julian's game, though, with this plan that he's chosen. Three two gets to step up to the 20. Beautiful shot for Julian. Just needs some 6s and 4s before he rolls too many 5s and destroys his position. 6-1, not great, but it'll work. You can bring a checker in and just break the deuce. He could clear, but that's going to make the 10 harder to clear, and it still has a spare on it, so I think we'd rather strip it first. Yeah, I like this play. And that would give playable 5s as well, so the 8's actually doing good work for this one roll. Double 3s. That's a little fast, but it holds. It makes the best point and slots the deuce, and now he just really needs a 6 or a 4 next roll. Or whatever other number Peter gives him if he opens something up, which is very likely on this roll. 6-5. Looks like, yeah, the 7 point's going to go, and that only creates 2s to play, so even number is good, odd number is bad. I think we're going to want to go from the front here, because it gives us an ace to play with it. But of course, it's harder to extricate the checker from the 22, so it is tempting to just park on the 9 there. But being in the air can be bad here too, because then when our opponent has to uncomfortably vacate a point, we might not get the double direct. We might be on the bar instead. So yeah, 6-1 seems good. 6-2 is a natural clearing number. 6-3 gets to pop out as well, and then I think the 3 should actually come around the corner to try to get ready to cover that deuce. Yeah, I like that. Very playable on both sides. And with only 2 points to clear, I feel like Peter probably should have a cube here now. I mean, looks takeable for the contact as well, not a ton of gammons, but usually 3 points in front is the place where we want to double, that our opponent still has a take, and after that they have a pass, and we can often be too good. The gap makes it a little bit different, but it feels like the technical place to send it here, but I'm not sure. He's got good spare distribution too, so he can fade a couple rolls and wait to try to roll something safe to escape. 3s doesn't... Oh, 3s can make the bar point. Beautiful. That's an amazing shot. Especially if he gets to shot this roll, which can happen a lot. I see a 6-3, a 6-5, a 6-1 that I'll leave double shots. Double 5s is a nightmare. But if he rolls, you know, 4-2, 4-6, 6-2, other even sets, things like that, or if he doesn't get hit by the double shot, he's lost his market by a mile. So I do still think it's the time to send the cube for Peter. And I think it's still takeable, but I guess, you know, I don't know, in theory land I'm not as sure of that part. This is a bad roll, so it's definitely gotten more takeable now. He's going to be stuck putting 2 checkers on the ace. And Julian is not going to have anything, I think, that's going to make him vacate either of his anchors. He could think about it here anyway. Maybe it's better than giving up the bar point and playing to the ace and the 3 here to leave one. Yeah, how bad is it if we just leave the front? If we just... I mean, we don't want to run with both because we want a double shot, but I don't think there's a lot of pick and passes or anything, so maybe 20-10 is actually a strong candidate there. This doesn't look too bad, though. Nothing's dead yet. Three, 2. Looks like another checker to the ace. And Julian quite likely to have to leave something now. I think that it's time to go from the 20 point. We can't give up our perfect board. You know, we could get away with the last play because it only broke the bar point, still kept the perfect 6-5, 4-3. Now we need to go. Even if we get hit, we've got great contacts. Maybe this is a takeable. Okay, so he clears here, but he's going to leave the double shot as well, off the gammon now. And it's not all over when Julian hits either, but we'll see if we can start it. Which one? If he hits with the 3, he can cover. Yeah, so that's probably pretty strong. And with 2 off, if Julian or Peter doesn't enter, I think this is fine for a double and a pass. It's a little weaker than the speed board with the checkers out on the 4 as well. So I think he's turned it around and made his double anchor game work for him. Exciting one. Everyone loves a back game, right? Oh, and he's going to take it here. Okay. I guess for lack of covers is the idea, but even if Peter rolls the ace and sends that back, he's still got to roll a 6 to escape. And he's going to make it through the gauntlet of all these containment checkers. And when he gets closed out, he's very dead. The reference position for taking him these speed boards is usually like 5 off with everything else on the deuce and the ace, and that's like right at 20%. So closed out must be a lot worse with 3 less checkers off, and also those 3 checkers on the 4 instead. So when he's closed out, he's just like completely lost here. But I guess that doesn't happen every time either. Yeah, along the way he can be forced to play rolls when he doesn't escape too, which can be a problem, and get another checker out. So that's a little bit more for Julian. Somehow Julian fanned on the 3-point board though. Yeah, I don't think we want another block, guys. I think I strongly prefer the 2 days. Plus that gets rid of our spare to have a playable 3. Double 5s. I don't think anything hits or would want to even. Slotting the bar doesn't seem called for. I guess we could come out, I mean, making the 12 is kind of nice. It blocks 6-5. And after we do that, then I guess we probably pop out to the 15. It's weird to have those points. It's not like we want them, but I think it gets a lot of double shots. Okay, he wants to come around and create an attacker for the ace, though, and try to take him off the board and not let him roll 6s at all. Yeah, so I'm thinking a containment strategy. Julian's trying to get ready to not let him even be parked on the ace there. Both reasonable. Double 2s clears safely. Okay, that's an improvement for Peter. Very unlikely that he's going to leave another checker now. And Julian's play works here. I guess we can increase covers very slightly by stepping 12 to 11, but I'd probably just go for containment here. I would have been thinking 15 to 14 to try to see that quadrant better. Maybe he got on double 6s this way, though. That could be the idea. And I'm playing huge here. I am happy to play 15 to 7 and have 6s to cover, 5s to cover the bar. Everything's going to work. And if he rolls the 1-6, it's still very tough for him to win. If he rolls the 1, we have a lot of returns. Oh, it doesn't work that way. I was thinking that went to the bar plane. So yeah, I guess this is the only play then. No dice on checker. Not in this land. Alright, 5 still can't cover. If he rolls the 1-6, we'd like to have it covered just in case. That's the worst thing that can happen. So I think this is good. Otherwise, you know, if we're prioritizing covers, then probably 12 to 4 would be the way to go. Both are pretty reasonable, but I think I would choose the outfield coverage too. There's like indirects that come along with it. There's a lot of 5s that cover anyway. 3-1, okay. I still love slotting the bar here. It's my favorite thing to do. When we slot the bar, we create ways to cover from the back. I guess it's duplicated with the 5s. Yeah, it's just another cover. It's like the most efficient cover for the ace too. We have 6s and 5s to cover, like almost everything is going to do it next roll. But okay, he covers anyway, and now Julian's cruising to an easy 2-point win most of the time, unless Peter can find some sort of miracle double 6s or some big set as soon as Julian opens something up. He's going to need a lot of help. And with the 2-point board, he doesn't have to worry about safety of distribution as much. He can be very comfortable just putting all the checkers on the high points and making sure that as soon as he's born in, that he's getting to take checkers off too and not having to worry about like clearing and things like that. So I actually, with these 2-1s, I really like just playing to the... Well, this is interesting. He still leaves double 6s this way too, but I love just playing into the 6. Yeah, the 4 is going to come into the 6 now, or into the 5, sure. It would have looked a little strange to put 2 of them on the 6. That's not likely to take checkers off all that quickly. So I'm okay with this one. Not going to plan. I think the 4 should come into the 3 now, and we can play 11 and 9. And it looks as though we're trying to find one of those safe bear-offs. Everything looks very good here. But this is still rating to peel checkers pretty well. 3 in, and we can just play 3 to 2 and expect to take a checker off most of the time next roll. Double fives gets to take 3 checkers off. Very nice, yeah. Yep, we're not going to worry about clearing from the rear or anything like that. Way more important to have checkers off. And now Peter, there you go. Yep, that's what he wants. Double fives make a game out of it. Still needs a little more help after that, though. That's what he wants his opponent to roll, a 6-1 or a 5-1. No such luck. Clears, and yeah. Julian is looking good in this game. It's going to take a lot for Peter to catch up now. Can't be done. Perhaps he's observing that, I don't know. There we go, 2-point lead for Julian. Six five to open. He's going to run with that. And double sixes to start. Okay, and standard is to make both bar points when available. And with one escaped, I'm less certain of the references for when we cube here. Okay, so this is going to be 21 pips, so he's really close in the race too. I don't think you want to run to a losing race, but with a single checker back, that's usually your goal, is to just find freedom. Maybe I would just make a board point, though, and have something to contend with. Maybe it's better to unstack to the 3 as well. 13 to 3 looks fine. Confusing, though. The usual references I have, we split or something like that. We're happy after that to leave checkers in front of the bar point and tempt him to come off his anchor. We want to build a board point as soon as possible. And our opponent tends to have a cube once they've built any sort of board point before we have. 5-2 is awkward. This should probably just vacate the... He's not ahead that much in the race is the problem. So it's 10 pips after the roll, I think. But I think it's still worth doing, because everything else was very destructive. And of course, no point boards. Might as well just hit. 2 can step up and see the light. Yeah, it's hard to argue for that 5. The 5-2 is the weakest run off the bar point, of course. Because it leaves the most shots from the mid, least likely to get home. And, you know, it's hard to justify it when you're not, like, dominating the game afterward. Oh, he's going to break the bar point to hit twice. Very interesting. Of course we like the second checker up, but, like, the bar point was the one piece of structure we had there, you know? So, it's hard to give that up, I think. But okay, this game is equalized. This one's going to hit twice again. We're going to point on ahead and hit on the 3 for sure. Try to buy a little bit of time to pick up that blot on the 9 point as well. And depending how Julian enters here, I could imagine there being cubes. This looks nice. We have 2 back to 2 back. We have a better board. We're threatening to send a 3rd back. We have the race. We could be covering a... Yeah, I like this. I think it still looks playable because Peter can't do all these things once. And if we're in any doubt of this, the small match lead kind of pushes me towards wanting to cube as well. Feels very early, though. It feels like, if anything, the double's what's in question and should be an easy take for Julian. There seems to be a lot of play before this game is over. But there are rolls like 6-3, 5-3, 6-5 that are going to hit a second checker and make a 3-point board, and a fan after that's pretty big disaster. Probably even like a 3-2, a 3-1, or a 1-2. Double ones, things like this are probably his best rolls. Making a 3-point board and not having an anchor slotted either. Double fours is going to do something like that. He's just going to let it go. Wow, okay. Maybe I'm way off on that one, but yeah, I feel like it's hard to pass this early in the game. He's traded his 8-point for the 4-point, hasn't even really made a new piece of structure. Like, there's a lot of work to go in this game. I want to make him earn it. But I like to take when the cubes are too good, too. So, discussing that with my doubles partner last night. We got into a messy one where I spent a lot of bank time thinking about whether or not I wanted to take it. He was inclined to pass. Eventually, I acknowledged that I tend to take too much and would listen. Okay, the 3's up and down, standard stuff. The 5, wow, that can connect to the 11. That's an unusual play to get to make with that. And I don't think we're in such a hurry to make points behind the anchor, so I think I'd probably just play 13 to 8 twice. But 6 to 1 twice is an option too. Both of these look okay to me. I really have trouble picking between the two, because why do we want to stack up 5 checkers on 1 point again when our distribution's pretty good here? It's not like we need that much material to make the bar point and the 5 point, or like we're even that likely to do it afterward. So I think he's right. I think 6 to 1 twice. I guess he could also just play 13 to 3 once. That's not a bad looking play either. 4-1, probably just going to switch the 10 to the 9. Brings another checker into the zone. And so Julian, with the big racing lead, is looking to run. Gets to make another blocking point instead. Not too bad. Another landing point too. And Peter's looking to start to make board points and contain. 6-3, not a lot of help towards that cause. I guess he can make the bar point. Maybe that's fine to release the midpoint right now. It looks like in line with the game plan, blocking the bar and containing that checker from running, but it could be difficult to contain if he steps up and we don't have a midpoint later. The other option seems to be releasing the 9 point to make the 3 point. Or just hitting loose from the 10 too. Yeah, this looks pretty good as well. It seems like a lot of indirects and blots in the outfield, and it doesn't block 6s from running, so I don't know. Double 2s. We could just make the 5 point. Would we rather have 5s blocked from escaping? I don't think so. I think Julian must still be well ahead in the race, so then we don't really want blocking points as much as we just want to move forward and kind of get home safely. And so if Julian's ahead in the race, like I think, then 9 to 5 switch should be pretty strong. Those darker checkers are looking really cool on the board today. They're really like much heavier than I would have expected when I picked them up too, which I like. I feel very like weighty and solid. This is that Art Gammon board again. Peter gets to make the 5 point here. Art Gammon sponsoring the tournament, so go check out their supplies and think about getting one yourself. They seem like a pleasure to play on. 5-1 can just safety the blot. No need to leave indirects. Yeah, I like playing it to the 5 as well. And good game for both of them. This one still feels like anyone's game. 4-3. It's tough to release the midpoint when you're trying to contain that single checker back. This is good interaction with the 4. It doesn't leave a lot of fly shots, but I could also imagine finding plays like just cleaning up the blot, like playing 10 to 6 and 8 to 5 or something. Keeping the mid for one more roll. I think the 10 is better than the 9, but I don't see where my ace is after I play that way. So yeah, maybe this is going to be kind of for lack of options. No tempo hit when our opponent has a better board either, I don't think. A 6 up to hop to the outfield is great for Julian, but can't find it. And 5-4 seems like one of his worst. He doesn't have a 4 to play anywhere. So the 4 is going to be down. I don't think this is the clear part, but probably that's going to go back. We could play the 5 down as well and create another blot. But maybe burying a checker is safer. Is Peter going to lose his market on a 5? Probably. Is that enough to cube? Well, he always has the anchor even when he doesn't hit, so he's always doing okay. He has other numbers that are going to like close points and put a lot of pressure, so yeah, okay. I don't mind this one. I still see a lot of racing play for Julian, I think. 97, 108 for black. And 124 for white. Yeah, so being down in the race is a little tricky. Certainly there's market losers though. It's interesting, and it's never. I kind of like sending the cube when it feels like it's never too bad. But if our opponent, okay, if he misses, and then Julian rolls like, I guess he can't really escape every time. Oh, wrong five. Mm. What can we do other than the tempo hit? Yeah, maybe this is called for here. But yeah, Julian can get into pretty cashable situations, so I don't know. This feels like market loss. Maybe, actually, even this I'm not sure. The fives are so duplicated. Alright. What can we do with this? Stack up the five and keep all our structure, or else we just... Maybe we play 9 to 5 and give up a new 4-5? 4-5 is really not a good number otherwise, though. So maybe we need to keep that blocked tactically. Just positionally and, distribution of builders, it looks really nice to give up the 9 here, though. So I'm not sure. 1 hits, 3 can clean up. Could step up to try to escape, but I think we've got plenty of escape route back on the 24. Just rolling a 6 out to the bar point. And Julian very much in the driver's seat in this game. If he escapes, I think he loses his market. 3 back is a little too much for Peter. I don't think he needs to do this to leave the 5 from the bar, though. 4-6 is going to pop out. He leaves himself more to do here, too, Julian does. So now he'd like to be running from the back, but now he has to deal with the blot on the 9.2. Is 6-5 any good? 6-3. That's almost as good. A few more blots. But yeah, if he gets away with this, I think he's won the game. Just a 4-5 and 4-6. Ooh, that's a big 4-6 too. A fan is like an absolute disaster after this. Going to be a lot of gammons in that path. Ouch. Okay. Well, here we are. Peter's turned this one around. Julian sets his cup down, expecting to dance for a while. There's one more blot, 2 more to be found. Can't enter again. Yeah, looking like a likely gammon now. Can't hit either here. I think we should just start spreading out to fill in gaps. I actually really like 9 to 6, 8 to 7 here. Just go all in on making a point next time. Reasonable as well to keep the piece of structure. 2-4 enters 2. Yeah, it just feels so important to be able to attack here. And maybe it's worth having the 3s to hit there too. I don't know. Oh, 5s is interesting. Gets to hit and cover the 11 like he pointed out. It's, I guess, once he's in the air, he doesn't have to hit loose on the 4 again, but I still feel like that's going to be part of it. He could hit and make the 1 point as an idea too, though. And go for more fanning numbers. I'd rather keep more pressure on this and create the direct shot. 4-5, 2-5, 1-5 is it? So we reduce the shots by 5 for sure. It's quite a few. We must increase gammons by a lot here too. If we get hit once, we can still enter on the 4 and things like that and be okay. 5-3 is a fan. Okay, now we're in the driver's seat to win gammon. I think it's worth hitting again and preventing the anchor. He's got the better board now too. And 3 in the air to buy time even when he's hit. Another fan. 4 covers, ace. I think it's more important to step up to the bar and get ready to close out, but we can hit as well. Yeah, I'm not sure the 4th checker is all that urgent to pick up, and it also doesn't change as much as if our opponent somehow gets lucky enough to make the ace. I think we should hit and continue to the 4 for no more closeout numbers. Julian looking for a lot of aces. No such luck. There's some backgammons with 4 up here too. 6-2 can make its way to the 3-point now, and now the 6-2 would close out next time. Needs to avoid 5s and 1s. 6-3 will do it. Alright. Double 6s does not leave a shot either. 5, and we can get closer. Still no shot levers here, I don't think. Four in, and yeah, I think safe. He might, if he starts to get like where the backgammon seems very clear, then he can make some aggressive plays. I would still do it here. I would take off and play 4-2. Keep our board for longer. If he clears the 6, he's going to be most likely to win a game in a gammon. I think this is going to win slightly more backgammons. Is the biggest difference. Okay, chooses to let Julian roll. All right. Yeah, what ended up dumping 2 checkers to the ace anyway, so maybe this worked out for the better. 5-4, but he does end up leaving a shot anyway. Still winnable for Julian. A lot of work after he hits with the 4. Can't do it, and now the backgammons are quite likely. That was a big fan right there. 4-2. Yep. Off and 3 to ace. Looks nice and even. I guess it's even more even to play 4-2, 3 off. That could be reasonable. Yeah, no set sleeve numbers. Okay, sure. Works best for next roll. What about after that? Wow, another fan. Okay, backgammon is like likely now. Can he be a favorite to win a backgammon here? Enter 2 or 1. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I expect that he is. Looks like he has 1, 2, 6 crossovers. Oh, that's a lot of them. All right, so 2s are better for the backgammon. Julian's done enough work to save it here for sure. We can just fade this next roll, 5 out of 36. No such luck. Saves himself 2 points. 5-2. That is 8 away, 11 away in match score language. Exciting game so far. Four two to open. So 8 away, 11 away. Some small, definitely not like. There is adjustment for the cube here for sure. It's not like the major kind, but it's not like insignificant either. 6-5 typically hits twice in these scenarios when we bring the 9 checker in the zone, but not as certain when we've given up one of our spares on the 6 already, but this looks good to me. Nice hit back for, oh, it doesn't hit back, okay. So, yeah, Peter already in pretty good shape. I would be maybe a little on the fence for money. So my instinct was that I shouldn't have to score, but am I actually on the fence for the money? We've got a good point. We've clearly got the racing lead. We're threatening to attack and get into a blitzing position with a 9th in the zone. With 2 up. Feels thin. Feels thin with the blot on the ace instead of the point. So I think at the score it should be even thinner. I like his decision to roll. I think we should cover the ace here. And then do we want to bring the 2 down and risk 6s from the bar, or just split in the back? I think we could just play normal and split from the back. I don't think it's worth going all in on the blitz idea to hit 7-5 to prevent the anchor, because we can still just win the race here. Okay, but he really wants to win a blitz and a gammon. I feel a little bit like if he's going to play this way, maybe it's worth sending the cube. Now he's got 10 in the zone and the 5 slotted. I think this feels like a cube. This could be a 4-point board. And With the score, I think Julian should still try to play it out. There's still a lot of things that can happen. He can not cover. He can make an anchor. And his recubes are going to be quite valuable. There it comes. We'll see what he chooses to do with it. Maybe for money, would this be enough for me to pass? I think so. It does feel like the question is whether or not he needs to play it out at the score. And I feel like this early with this many gammon threats and not that much development, like usually we're supposed to. We're supposed to ignore the gammons a little bit because the price goes down. They go down dramatically when we get the recube in. But our recube vig goes up so much too. I think this is a pretty, like, pure adjustment tick. So that can make it very tough to find. If we just have like our money references and we're used to playing that way and not sure how to deal with this score, maybe we don't find this one. But yeah, the other way to think about it, I really liked that idea that all of the 4 points are in an 11-point match for Peter here. And all of the points occurring, they might be getting he might be getting a point in an 8-point match. Each one is going to make the match shorter. So the shorter the match is, the more valuable each point is. So points in this game are just worth a lot more to Julian. And so I think that like that simple logic can help him find a cube here and want to play this game out a little more often too. I like the take. Let's see how the follow-up goes. Ouch. Oh, I don't know. What if we should just shift to the ace? How about just 5 to ace, put the other checker in the air, and commit to the blitz? We get so focused on covering the 5 when it's slotted like that, but I think this is a blitzing position, and that is much pure blitzing play. But he gets the fan, so I don't think I would have found that. The opponent would have been anchored. Now he's going to cover the 8 there, and I guess nothing better to do than split with the ace. And things are looking good for Peter after the cube. Julian gets a foot down. 6s and 5s are going to take him off the board there. 6 can hit and 4 can come down. I really think preventing the anchor is worth more than sending another checker back. The 2 is so devastating here if he makes an anchor. Off on that. Okay, he's got it. He can still win gammons though with the 3rd checker back, so we'll see. But that's some play for Julian. And at this score, like, you can't ask for much more. That's quite all right. Gonna make the bar point. Maybe as an option to make the 8 point too. Either way is fine to me. And double 2s. He can hop up and make the... Well, it's probably better to make the offense. But we have the option of making the 21 point. But, I mean, unstacking and making the 4, maybe bringing a builder down to the 11, maybe that's all better. So yeah, the thing I don't like about this is now we don't have any offensive structure yet, and he kind of has free reign to run. We're not trying to race yet or escape or anything like this. I think we're okay with the deep contacts and definitely have timing for it. Double 2s. You never know with any of these, though. I think cleaning up looks good. Stepping up to escape and maybe to the 11. I'm not sure what else we have. (5-1). I don't see a lot of nice places to play a 1. So I guess he's just going to slot the 5 point. Oh, he could just play 8 to 2. It doesn't look so unreasonable to me. 4 point board's pretty scary. These ones are costly. 5-4 should pop out and clean up. Simple game for Peter now. Alright, make a point, start the next one. Julian's starting to get ready for this contact while his opponent tries to... Ooh, why not slot? Interesting. It's playing as though the race is a lot closer than I think. 3-1. Cleans up, and maybe 7 to 6 is better. I think I'd rather bring a checker in, and I don't want to take my spare off the 6. The distribution just looks funny. Of course, we'd rather have one on the 6 and the 5, but not so bad to stack up. 6-5 can make its way around the bend. And continue to work on building your board. (2-1). I don't. Maybe it's worth playing 13. Yeah. The 6 to 5 is clear, and then my first instinct was to continue to 3 and not give up the 7s, but maybe it's okay to do that here, actually. Maybe the flexibility from the midpoint is worth quite a bit. And our opponent's board's not so bad, it would allow sets to clear more naturally. So I think I prefer that. Plus he has to leave his anchor with a 2-point board. 6-5 is going to fill in the deuce. And now Peter's ready to anchor anyway. That might have transposed to some degree. Two five still can't clear safely, so there goes the bar point. And it's crunch time. Shots for Peter coming up soon. And we have to start thinking about that recube. I don't think it's so aggressive that he should be sending just with a shot at this kind of score. Oh, a 3-2. Okay. Yeah, I like this slot with the 3. Yeah, this looks good. I like this play. What else? What else are we looking for? Yeah, so it's not going to be a very efficient recube, even if he gets his hit. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we prefer to switch 6 to 5 here. I like that he's looking at the 4 first, but of course we can keep some space for a few more pips. Yeah, if we roll some awkward roll, having to clear the 6 wouldn't be the worst thing to do, and this allows us to do that, clear the points in order. 6-4 looks like, yeah, wants to cover a point, slot the next one. Simple stuff for Julian. Doesn't want to give up the midpoint yet, doesn't have to. 5-2 can't clear, so I guess we're just coming off the mid. And here it is, 1s and 9s. And I think, so maybe it'll help him claim, because he only has a 4-point board. Maybe you'd have to wait to get a little bit further usually in this game. But this is certainly going to be enough on a fan to recube and win the game. Maybe Peter has other ideas, though. He took pretty deep in the first one. Okay, 2 hits, never mind about that. Lots of work left to do. And the 3, I think I still like the 6 to 3. And there will be cracking numbers. Not too many of them, though, for Peter. What is 4-3 the worst? Maybe that's the only one. Well, there it is. He allows himself to clear the 6, though. He never would have found that if I wouldn't have helped him. 6 up is pretty nice. 2-1. Oh, he gets the pick and pass. Yeah, very nice. I didn't even look at that at first. Buys himself a little extra time to escape. But Peter is still looking in great shape, even to win a gammon in this game. 6 enters, that's huge for Julian. If he can just get in and be given the checker trouble coming around, he's doing great. 4s are bad, 6 is good, 5-1 good. He needs a 4-7 next. Oh, that kind. There's a 3rd up. Julian in some trouble. Even entering and making the 6 is not worth that much because he should have plenty of time, Peter, to get by that anchor blot anyway. 3-2 is just coming down. It would get on double. Oh, it's on double 4s either way, unless we're going to break the 5 points. So I think we just advance to get it closer. Ooh, maybe here though a 6-5 plays. So maybe it's worth playing 3 days. Yeah, okay. I like that. (3-1), I think. Oof. Is it worth hitting? I don't understand. This is going to leave a lot of shot levers anyway, though. 6-5, 6-4, 5-4. Sets are okay. Is it 6-3, 5-3, 4-3? Well, 4-3 can clear the 5 point. There are a lot of shot levers here anyway, so why not just hit? I feel like maybe that was worth it. I don't know. Double 5s is safe. Back on the gammon train. Threatening to get to 4 away now. I don't see the backgammon here, but it's possible. Double aces. I don't think we need to take 2 off to go for it. I think it's better to keep that closed out and our opponent can enter on the ace and hassle us, I mean, they can save the gammon or even win that way too, so a little bit too much to give up. And it would have gained us a roll, though. Doesn't appear that that was going to be enough to win a backgammon anyway. Needs 2 rolls to get out, 2-1, 2-1, so yeah. Julian could roll poorly enough. 3 out, 2 out, backgammon is saved. Maybe they'll keep playing for the PR a little bit here. There's some missing aces. I don't think it's possible to save the gammon. Maximum crossovers, okay. PR plays to keep saving the backgammon save decision, but okay. Double 2s can get, yeah, not enough, he says. 9-2, 4 away, 11 away. One standard splitting play. Even if Julian had it, probably still fine to just split. Slotting really that good with the 4. Playing on head is going to be great for Julian, and a big enough deficit that if he entered poorly, this would be a fine cube. 6-4 with another blot down. This is still quite tempting. 4-way, 2-way. I feel like this would be enough. So why not at this score too? You're almost never getting the cube back. 6-4 probably just wants to run now. Four away, 11 away is a lot. 6-5 makes a point, sure. Could run one, so there's a lot less blot liability and things like that. So cube's gotten weaker. I still think, yeah, he's got a weaker board now too. Yeah, I like waiting. 3-1 is a big improvement though. I really, the logic at 4-way, 2-way is almost any advantage is good enough to send the cube. So I feel like here again, we're going to have the better board. We have a checker escaped. I think it's probably quite reasonable to double here. I expect Peter to find 13-4 here, but he's thinking about the tempo to avoid, I guess it does buy time to keep that checker from getting to freedom, any building that might happen, so maybe it's worth it. It's very stacky, but I guess 13-9 is part of it either way. You can think about it that way. Hard to make tempo hits when you have a weaker board, when your gammons are going to be harder to leverage. They're just worth less. And yeah, with the threat of hitting too, I think that's probably a pretty strong cube. 5 comes down, and this feels like market loss most of the time. We'll see what they both think of it though. We get a fan. We'll see what Peter thinks of these kinds of score cubes. I don't know how anyone necessarily thinks about like adjustment like that, so he's going to let it go though. Okay. Yes, I think Julian missed a small opportunity there. 4 away, 10 away. Nothing much changing with those score dynamics. 6 points is a huge amount in a 10-point match, so we'll get that in early and just trust that it's never coming back to 4 for the most part. Until the very end of the match, since he can re-whip it to 8 and threaten to get to 2-way. That's pretty massive swing. Pretty potent weapon to give away, so you got to be pretty certain you're going to win to do it. 6-3 is a split. And I know that at 4-away, 2-away, his opponent misses, that this is good enough for a cube as well. If they don't make a point, if they just do nothing somehow. See if Peter finds that. And so I would use that to still find the cube here, but his hit's going to be good enough for sure. We're going to hit and split. I was working on a book with all those references in there. That might still come out someday, but I haven't worked on it much lately. Interesting stuff to me. I think we can just reestablish the anchor. Oh, he's going to go for the split. Okay, this is pretty loose. I guess at the score, fine. Okay. 6-4 could make... for Peter at the leading score, I think he should just make an anchor and make sure he doesn't get cubed. feels so strange to do, but at these, like, I mean, definitely at the four-way, two-way scores, it's right. Maybe I'm overplaying like this as far as that goes, like playing it too much like a match-ending score. But yeah, when gammons are asymmetric like that, it's just so nice to eliminate that threat and play simple games that I put a much higher premium on anchoring there. Five two doesn't do much. He can tempo it though. They both have 1 point board, so it's kind of nice to disconnect the split, and he can anchor up with it. Yeah, I like that. Looks very nice to me. I'll be excited. Maybe I'll have to go back and actually like run the XG files on all these at some point. Figure out something to do with that. It's nice to do this without like transcribing and just see where I'm off, where I'm right, what people had, and stuff like that. I can still learn a lot from my commentary that way. He wants to slot instead, yeah. It's a better point, but I think the tempo just feels like gains a little more. 4 is going to hit. 5 cleans up, and Peter's in a very nice game here. Exactly the kind of game that he would like to play at this leading score. Julian's going to try to hit one more time. Very comfortable playing holding games at asymmetric scores. That is the dream. I guess the 3 has to come down. Doesn't leave too many shots. 4, 6, and 5, 5. Aces are going to want to hit again, but I don't think, oh, there's the 5, 5. Hits twice. Beautiful roll. So somehow he's ended up with 2 checkers back, exactly the game that he doesn't want to be in, Peter. So if he doesn't hit with the 5, then Julian's got interesting game to think about here. Okay, sends it back, nothing to worry about. With 3 back, it would have been a little weird, but he's getting into cube territory again there, at least at the 4-way, 2-way kind of stuff. 3 in, 1's got to hit again. Gotta go for it. Only 7 in the zone, but that 6 is still all stacked up. We need to get checkers off it. 3 in. Yeah, with 4 back and so few little material in the zone, I don't think we have any cube ideas here. He could point on head, but I don't know if we want to play that in pure. I probably would have just made the pure 5 point and played a checker down, brought one in, but this definitely has... Putting the second checker up is nice, you know? And so now that he's made sort of a blitzing structure, he's going to need a lot more material to make something out of it. I think I just make the 5 here. I guess, oh, we could actually make the 20 points. We could make a second anchor. There's a lot of defensive things like this that we could do too. Maybe that's more important. But against like a 0-point board, I just don't mind leaving the double shot at all. Yeah, I think I'm still focused on offense here. Can probably make a second anchor later. Yeah, 8 to 5, 6 to 5 for me. There is the double hit. There's like a hit and switch. There's all kinds of interesting blitzy plays. But only 7 in the zone. I just don't think we are ready to do things like that. So we'll just lock up one more offensive point in my book. It'll be interesting to see what other plays he's thinking about. If we were to make the 21, for example, where would our last ace be? I think we'd probably just slot the 5 in that case. I would feel pretty comfortable with the double anchor. So that's a play. I mentioned all the double hitting plays. Making the 20 looks pretty strong as well. But my favorite is just making the 5 point on the offense like this. And it really just doesn't hurt that much if we get hit with a 6 or 4. 4 back already? What's a 5th? Okay, he's going to get hit with both though. I think it is better to make the 17 or something like this than it is to hit a second checker. But he's worried about the second anchor, but you're outboarded here. I just don't think it's worth having a checker sent back. If our opponent makes the 23, I don't know how upset we are about that. It's not like we're ready to prevent him from the second anchor anyway. Yeah, going for mobility is fine too. I guess he doesn't really need an anchor or a point there, so I don't mind that. 2 gets to establish the 23, and then he can play 22 to 21. Double anchor seems called for at this point. It'll be very tough for Julian to find, for Peter to find a cube in this game. The double anchor is just going to win too much, and the gammons aren't worth as much threat as usual. Maybe if he gets down to 2 points cleared in the typical 2 good area, he can cube there or something like that, but it's also going to be very tempting to just play on too good in that case. Going for mobility here. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I like this spreading out. That looks pretty nice. I mean, the 13 to 5 looked a little awkward. Second but fifth checker on the midpoint looked awkward too. 2 down could be okay, but I think I like his original play best. Just seal out of the board. And if we get hit a bunch against the 1 point board with our double anchor, it just doesn't really matter. So I'd rather maximum mobility and pressure on all checkers wherever they land. I like it. 3s is probably going to fill in. It could hit. Well, it's got to play 8 to 5 twice. And then 7 to 4 twice looks pretty nice too. Maybe it kind of kills the checkers on the 6 though, so maybe hitting or something and escaping is better here. That could be. I don't think there's any timing concerns here, so I don't think Peter has to be careful about allowing this game to work. It feels like Julian has enough timing to work with this, but I'm not 100% certain of that. It's another one that would help a lot to have a pip count for. Yeah, come up to the edge and try to escape. I like that play. No way to clean up blots, and not really a big need to anyway. Not like we want the additional contact on the ace necessarily. It just keeps the position flowing. And I feel like, yeah, Peter should be kind of excited to play a 6 to 4 here. Maybe it's a little too big with the strength of the board, but deploying those checkers on the 6 and filling in that gap are both such important goals that I think it could be worth it here. And it's not like it's going to take a long time for the turnaround to happen, even if Julian hits and Peter gets really unlucky on entry. So my instinct is that it's worth it. 2-5. Would have missed, he would have been very happy. But he has the back slotted, forced cover would be very nice too. A little easier to justify the slot after you have that covered. But it looks like this feels a little rich to just give him his whole roll to maybe hit 2. So I think I'm more inclined to clean up this time. It's not clear though, the slot still seems okay. We really need it to work, and we're killing another checker effectively by playing 9 to 7. The only place that can really go is to the 4 point. Now we have these 5 checkers that have no way to get there. It's tough. These aren't easy decisions. Double 3s. Looks like it's going to release the midpoint. I think I'd rather slot the 4 than make the bar point. Yeah, I'm not sure we gain much by leaving the ace out there. Looks well timed for Julian, and Peter's going to have trouble filling in, like I mentioned. So, a lot of play here. Making the 4 point would be a huge step for both players. 6-5 gets to jump out and find some mobility. Sure, let's come around the bend too and not get that taken away. Bet aces or deuces would still be worth switching to the 21, but Peter fills in that in first. And will Julian be able to hang on to the timing here now? He really needs an ace up and then a 6 out to do it, and it's still kind of close. So this is getting sketchy, which is going to incent Peter to like have a money type cube. But like I said, it's a score. I don't think we can go for it. Feels a little too easy to try. Wow, he is going to send it though and try to threaten to win the match on the gammon. So I think the logic there is probably that 4-way. The gammon wins the match, so they're worth a little bit more. But I have found in my study that at 4-way, 5-way, that's true. By the time we get to 4-way, 6-way, and 4-way, 7-way, I talk about this in my book, that the score effects are already and recube effects are already having more impact. So I'm certain that at 4-way, 10-way, we need to be more conservative with the cube, and we aren't trying to leverage gammon value, because it tends to actually be lower here. The other way to think about that, again, is that idea that gammons are 2 points that are happening in like a 2-point match at that point, and all the points on the other side are happening in a 10-point match for Julian. No, other way around. So a 10-point match, these points are happening for Peter, and each point is like taking him into a shorter match for Julian. So I expect him to take this. But if he's worried enough about the timing, maybe we'll see something else happen. The timing is definitely not good. But it can work. It can turn into an anchor game. Lots of things that can happen. For money, maybe this is passable. I wonder. I have trouble seeing exactly how bad the timing is, but maybe it is a small miracle to be able to get the ace and the 6 out without losing some structure or crashing some. But our opponent can just roll big sets or leave a shot earlier. He could be clearing the 8 points in a roll or two. A lot of things can happen here. So I think my instinct, even for money, I'd want to play it, but I'd be more concerned that maybe I'm supposed to pass it at that. Could be a sizable pass there, but I think the score dynamics are going to make this a pretty sizable take, and probably not even a cube. See what they come up with. Could be a match decider, so fine a Julian to spend some time working through this one too. Scary to take it. Definitely can have regrets losing the match on this game. I mean, that's going to happen a good chunk of the time here. Always annoying to be in these positions, but when you're in a big deficit, you have a chance to make a big swing back in the match, and you got to take those when they come your way. So I wonder what else he's thinking about. Okay, he doesn't eventually take it. I wonder if there's any calculations he's trying to do. 6s is going to help the cause quite a bit. I don't think Julian's too likely to have timing issues now. And this is definitely going to be the kind where if he gets any sort of shot, it's going to make a lot of sense to send the cube early. Oh, he gets the ace up right away too. This is all perfection. Couldn't have asked for a better sequence in Julian's shoes. But yeah, if there's any shots left, I think Julian is just going to double on the come, because when he misses, he loses a lot of gammons, and when he hits, he's going to lose his market. So might as well lose 4 there, or win 4 there. 5-3 mobilizes the checker. Beautiful shot there. And this is a huge chance for both players here. This could win the match for Peter still reasonably, and it could very easily turn to a 4 cube and get Julian all the way back to 7 points, 4-way, 6-way. Huge gain. I mean, there's gammons occasionally in positions like this too. It's not too likely here, but 8 points would be pretty wild. We get to 2-way. Yeah, I don't see much else for Peter here. Maybe we can go through rolls, but it almost has to be right to clear from the rear. 6-5 is a disaster here, so we could save that, but I mean, doesn't that just make 6-4 and a disaster the other way? Probably. The 4 is forced. And the ace is only a couple options. I don't think we're going to volunteer the shot. If we volunteer the shot, the cube's coming. Pretty sure of that. Yeah, we make 6s a bad number too when we don't play this way. So I mean, I'm almost certain if we went through all the numbers that we would find that 6-5 is right, and we can usually just use strategic concepts like that. I think it's easier to let your spidey senses go off in positions where something looks weird, like it might leave more shots and count there. But usually relying on just these strategic principles is going to get you the right idea here, and that's what I try to do in these spots. And I don't know, sometimes I'm wrong. Maybe sometimes people that count through all the numbers find it better, but sometimes finding a particular dice reason to do one or the other can misguide you too, and you just forget to account the long-term effects of playing a certain way. That this could be easier or harder to clear the 6 point for the rest of the game or something like this, But he's got some clock time, and this could be the last game of the match, so it's worth thinking about. He chooses this. This is very interesting. Yeah, the 4s look really bad. And he's going to send back already. Wow. Is he worried that he's going to lose his market if his opponent leaves a shot? Maybe if he left a real disaster, that could be right. But I think that's a little bit early. I think he's supposed to get the number first, but I don't know if it can be too bad. 5-1. So he tried to save himself the 5, has no 1. 5 is forced. Go ahead and do it. and then find your best one. So yeah, I think after a sequence like this, though, when Julian has the double shot, he has a very potent cube, but I think Peter still has a take. So I don't think he had any market loss there. So nothing really transposes with that. That's fine. He's going to hit. He can cover the bar from the other anchor. I think that's probably best. First instinct was that it made it all the way to the 8 point. Ooh, but he's not going to see if he does this. But he can play 22 to 7, which looks like a little bit stronger. Leaves less shots, more flush prime. It's an easy one to pass up and think we should keep the other anchor. 3-6 misses. So yeah, I mean, after the hit 2, I think he's lost his market. Yeah, if you went for that other version too, there's like chances that Julian enters on the ace and he can start to recirculate, catch other checkers, and win another 2 points that, or another 4 points that way on the gammon. I think probably best to play 4 to 2 here and keep playable numbers. And what does Julian want to do here? I guess he's stuck hitting. Ace to get right back in this for Peter. No such luck. And 4-1, I think we got to get a cover in range of the bar point. Let's just play 18 to 13. Still a lot of danger in that ace and ace-6 stuff, but man, it would be such a gain if we can cover the bar point and try to recirculate checkers and win a gammon that way. This is the conservative route, not wanting to leave this path, like, you know, blot scooping up way to get back in after an ace kind of thing. And he does successfully dodge the ace-6. Ace-6 is still huge here, though, right? Like, we don't care about losing a gammon or a backgammon, so maybe we might as well be hit twice. And Peter back in the driver's seat here. Let's see if he can cover the deuce to buy himself some time to get home. He does. Ace advances to leave a 3-6 and a 3-3. No other ace available, though. But also he gets to pick up that blot on a 6 a lot of the time when Julian doesn't enter, which should help him buy time to get past. Actually, I guess he doesn't want to pick it up. Maybe he should just come by this and not leave Julian more time to be on the bar since it's DMP now. Yeah, I think this is a better play. This is a DMP concept where it's really just going to buy him timing and let him be available for the shot for longer. It's not going to win more games to send another checker back, I don't think. That's the play that you make to win gammons and backgammons, and those aren't worth anything for Peter here. 6-5 is the shot lever. I was looking for a way to avoid leaving that. I don't think there was, so 10 to 5 and 6 off looks to be the best option we have. And a lot riding on the 6 for Julian here. Still very winnable if he can pick it up now. No such luck. And should be pretty smooth sailing from here for Peter. How about 6 to 2 and 1 off, I think would be my play. So this leaves a 6-2 and a 5-2. The other way is only a 6-5, you know? So I think it actually ends up leaving more shots when we go for this distribution across the 5 and the 4. And it doesn't get a checker off. 2-1 can take 2 off. But it is one step closer to clearing the 5 point. So that might be a reason to go for it too. 3-1 clears the 5 point. Okay. Leaves us odd on the 4, so all of our, 3s and higher are going to be a problem. And eventually we can leave shots from there pretty easily too. Julian just popping out. 6-1 is 2 off. 4-2. Yeah, I really like being on the 13 somehow. Interacting with the 7 point, trying to make the bar point or be there for coverage in case our opponent enters later. When all the good things happen, when we hit a shot and they enter on the ace and all that. Alright, slotting it now. 6-1, 5-1, 4-1. 3-1. No such luck. This is going to be Peter's match. Well played between them. Exciting last game especially. And congratulations to Peter advancing. I'll go find out who our next matchup is going to be, and we'll be back after a short break. Thanks, everybody. Hi everybody, Nick Blazier back here with round 5 of the UK Open Masters Undefeated quarterfinals. This is round of 8 now. So we're down to 8 undefeated players left. And the matchup we're going to see here is Anna Parker playing the checkers on bottom against Richard Halverson playing the white checkers on top. And I don't have him in here with me yet, but Dan Rivera had been asking if he could join on some point. And I think he's out now and is planning on stopping and helping me out with this one. So, yeah, we might get a guest commentator for this one, too. So we should be starting soon. And after this, I guess we should be having the undefeated semifinals. And so I think we move on to side events like super jackpots and doubles matches and things like that in the evening. And so I'm not sure. Maybe they'll continue to play like the fighters bracket tonight. I'm not sure in ways that we won't see. But that should mean that we have the undefeated finals tomorrow, and then the true finals as well. Probably starting at 10:30 nice and early again, while people are still around before they have to leave and go home on a Monday. We'll see. Definitely follow what's available for the schedule at this event. I got to play in the doubles with one of the other staff members here, Mark, and he's doing all the recording stuff for BMAB here. And we have 2 wins so far. We made it through our first 2 rounds, so I'll get to continue playing that, I think, at 8 o'clock as well. And in my next round, my matchup is against John Barnes and Tim. I forget the last name now, but I got to meet them, so that should be a tough match for us. Sure, that's apple juice up in the corner too. Couldn't possibly be a beer or a scotch. It's a lot of scotch. I think it's probably actually apple juice. That's weird. It's usually the joke guess. Alright, looks like we might have... I saw Anna at the table earlier. Looks like we might have the other player there too. Richard at top. Maybe they're about to start. I heard Andrew doing some announcements. Andrew Selby, the tournament director. Yeah, they're both there. Okay. So we should get going any second now. 4-3 to open. And I'll take the standard 2 down play, slightly better than the other splits. 5-1 can slot in response, and is too busy with building rolls. So, yeah. It's a common after down plays, we don't like to split ourselves. 10 in the zone is a little more blitzing threat too, so. Double twos, looks like it'll hit and make the 4-point most likely. Very nice roll. I guess she's conflicted. Yeah, I guess usually the anchor would be a little bit better. We'd rather have the 20-point, the other 5-point. 5-point is just better than 4-point in general. But here we have a checker on the roof. We're on offense. I think this makes a lot of sense. I think it's better to unstack that way. All right, 2 in, 1 hits. So clear advantage for Anna so far. I don't think it's enough to cube the 3 back, but she's threatening to send a 4th back against a little better structure. She will get it in time. Yeah, I don't think this can be too early if it is. I don't think that hitting is disastrous, so it feels like a little early to me, and it should be still a pretty trivial take. It's my expectation. Obviously can't do anything like make the 5-point while she's on the bar, unless she rolls some perfect set, something like that. Yeah, looks very playable. Of course, sizable advantage to start. 5 would have worked. 5-6, I think we'll just keep it going. We could hit the second checker on the deuce. I guess it's going to leave a lot of returns either way, so maybe that's kind of a reasonable thing to do, since we're going to leave 2s and like 5-4, 3-6, 5-5, all kinds of stuff here. 5-6 does not hit though. So now I feel like we'd have a pretty potent cube that I'd still be tempted to take. I don't know. And with all these blots around and everything, I mean, I don't know. I guess there aren't a lot of playable 6s right now. Coming off the anchor seems pretty big. Maybe I would just play 13-7 and try to get, you know, offensive distraction. 5-1's going to point on head. Beautiful shot. One 5 is going to make the bar point anchor. Okay, very nice defensive hold now for Richard. A little awkward to have the 24 along with the bar point, but he can make this work. I think this looks nice to just consolidate blots. So my first instinct was 14-9, 24-23, but of course we don't want to be on the 23 to escape. So maybe it could be better to just play like 14-13 and 9-4, something like this. Keep a better spot, but it should be pretty good. I don't see much but 2 down here. Three, 6, probably just make a bid for freedom now and go challenge a strict midpoint. And well on our way to consolidating her lead in this game. 5-1 can start 2 points. Awkward that we're left with that stack of 5 on the 8th, but I still think we want to slot the important points like this. 5-1. Looks like it just goes to the 8th. 3 gets to cover, and the 1 can unstack. Pretty nice roll. Five, 1. Well, we can't play off the midpoint for lack of a playable ace, so yeah, I think just clearing the 9 makes a lot of sense here. But the structure is getting a little bit awkward. Richard's structure is getting quickly ready to punish any shots. So Anna wants to look at whether or not she wants to volunteer now. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it still doesn't really, it feels like we still have to destroy our board some to make this play, even to make like a slotting play, so it doesn't look too attractive to me. But yeah, I mean the structure after clearing the 9 is really awkward, so I understand looking for an alternative for sure. Okay, decides to keep more points and avoid the stack of 5. I think this must be reasonable. 5-1 can make the 3-point. Could switch to the bar too, but it feels a little stronger to have an extra point here. He wants to think about just hopping out. I think he's got enough timing to stay on the 24. Doesn't need to vacate this quite yet, but okay. Could be wrong there. 4-3 could cover, but then we don't have a 3 to follow up. Perhaps a problem with last play. I think the 4 for sure, though. Yeah, sure. And decides not to give up any points. That seems reasonable. Even a hit with the 3 has a lot of life afterward. 2-1 doesn't work, but it does make the 4 point. (3-1). Finally a safe and natural play. 7 points, though. Something likely to have to go for Anna next roll. 2-6 can't deal with the checker on the 18. That's the one we'd like to move. So if he was happy to get off the 24 before, maybe it's a nice opportunity to do that again. Otherwise, we could slot the deuce and put a spare on the 6. Give up the midpoint seems okay as well. Maybe is a little better and more pure than my idea of off the 8. This clears safely. So I think I'd still rather clear a point closer because this is going to make it quite difficult to clear the 9. The distribution does look a little better though. Maybe get looking for it. I don't think we have any reason to make switches 4 to ace or anything like that. But maybe we need to get that checker out of our hair. It's reasonable to look at. She's going to think about just making the deuce as well. I think it is more important to clear the contact of the midpoint. That does look a lot, or put a lot of pressure on the blot back there, so I don't know. All quite reasonable. 6s, not going to gain enough in the race, but it can get out of being attacked on the 24 if he wants. I'm not sure if he wants that or not. Can't make the better board, so maybe it's a little safer. Usually when you have the weaker board, you're really just threatening to get gammoned a little more and giving your opponent something to do. They roll awkward rolls like attack. But that's kind of the only contact left. It shouldn't be too hard to clear the 10 and the 9 here, so I guess if we're going to keep that contact, we should probably make the deuce along with it too. Have at least close to equal boards, but of course a little gappier and weaker. See if Anna can follow up with an attack to win a gammon. Still a lot of threats there when he stays back there. 4-3 should just make the deuce and he's ready to hit loose for sure. Could clear the 9 point, but probably better to do this constructive play. 6-2. I'd still like to get out of harm's way, I think, but play B, I guess, is going to be to slot the 3 from the 11. All right. Richard decides he's going to focus on the contact of the 9 and the 10, which is not very strong, but it's not going to lose gammons at least, so I think it's prudent. Twos, I think, doesn't quite reach to make the 3 point. Okay. Two can just play to the deuce. I think I'd like that distribution better than the 5 to 3. I'm not sure why exactly. Feels better to be spread out across more checkers or more points. But it's not clear to me that that's stronger because it would make us even to play 5 to 3. But okay, 2-1. We're just shuffling checkers around on the other side and waiting. Maybe coming off the 18 would be fine there too. This is 3 what? Double 3s? And 2 off? Yeah, beautiful shot. And Richard should have time to get off the gammon here, but it's going to be tough to win. Anna's doing a good job of threatening it, though. Two checkers to the 6 point. Oh, he's going to go this way instead. Okay. Six, 5. Yeah, 2 rolls away, so 2 big sets is the only way that Anna could do it. That's not going to be good enough. 2-point lead for Anna to start. 11 away, 13 away. Unless she loses, of course. That would be pretty spectacular. A lot of times we have to use all 4 numbers to get a checker off. It can be a little bit better to spend them on distribution. So I wonder if 6 to 4, 5 to 3 is a little stronger there. 4s are kind of a problem for the rest of the game now. Well, we get another chance to play it that way. Everything transposes in the end. She is doing a good job of rolling 4 pips a roll so far. That's the best way for him to get back into it. That'll be one of the more painful losses I've seen, I think. All the same, I guess. 5-3 gets them both up. Okay, there we go. On to the logical conclusion. All right, a 6-1 to open for Richard. Going to make the bar points. Standard with that opening. 3-1 gets to respond with the 5-point. Very strong for Anna as well. And double 3s. Yeah, gets to anchor up, and then this part's confusing. I think my opponents had this decision yesterday. Maybe my instinct would be 6 to 3 to unstack. Unstacking the midpoint is a little weaker than usual. But switching 8 to 5 can never be too wrong. I mean, it's the best point, right? It just looks like this is going to be difficult to develop. I think, yeah, split is in order. And maybe even having the 23 works against this structure, actually. Maybe just making the 22 is what I do, though. I'd just go for that. I don't really want to do anything with my offensive side. Yeah, I don't know why she'd rather be split than have the 22 here. And I don't really see how the bar point is much or better than the 8, if it is at all. So yeah, I like this play quite a bit. Six 4 looks like it's going to be down and probably play the 4 behind. Though we could put a checker in front of the anchor like he's suggesting, but he's ahead in the race. I think he'd rather play simple and just leave eventually. So I don't really see a reason. It's not like we need those checkers on the 6 to make the 4 right now either. We've got plenty of ammunition. So we can afford one back to the deuce. Six 1. Anna is down in the race, and 4s are duplicated, so I think she can just make the bar point here. Common theme that, I mean, it's always, probably would have been okay last roll with the 4 even to volunteer it in front of that anchor too. It's always reasonable when you're forcing your opponent to give up like a very strong asset like that. I think it's more indicated for the player that's trailing though, so that she can make more blocking structure in front. The plan doesn't work. And I think I'd like to leave something in front again. Maybe I would like, yeah, the 3 in and the 4 down or something like this. I don't want to leave a double shot. If we leave too many checkers, then maybe like the tempo gains too much to come home here. But okay. So not looking for reasons to volunteer. The board's not so strong though. Duplicated with some cover numbers. I think it would have been probably a little bit better to play 13 to 9. 5-3 can cover twice. Or it can run. If we're ahead enough in the race, we should consider that. But the boards are pretty equal, so I think he's going to get attacked if he runs. So I think he should choose to make it, and maybe even slot the 4 with it. Maybe I would go both checkers from the 7 and not worry too much about the ace hitting and not being able to escape anyway. I think it's a little bit premature to put 2 checkers back on the deuce point and kind of give up on contact that way. So I think it is the lesser of evils to slot here. Ah, but he chooses to run. Okay. We'll see if Anna can capitalize on that. She can. She gets to cover and hit. Looks very strong. And so this is a game plan that just became available to her that isn't available to Richard because she has an anchor. And so that's the problem with running off the anchor is you like open up this way to win that your opponent doesn't have. I think pressuring the blot is probably better and you can cover the deuce behind too, but looks like he wants to think about running, trying to escape the rest of the way. I would rather have a board. I'm not too worried about being attacked on the 22 point. Definitely worried about being hit with the 5 when I hop out to the 17. I believe she'll hit. She is ahead enough in the race, I guess you could just consider making her board, but I think she's down in the race. It's still my expectation. Maybe she's catching up now. 2-1 should step up and see the light. Yeah, so the problem with last play too is that Richard still doesn't have the deuce point. It's still like a liability back there, which, I mean, all things equal, I guess you'd rather have a point back there, just for all the back and forth that's coming up here. This looks awkward. She can cover like that, but then what's the 6? Aces are duplicated, so I guess 13 to 7 isn't too bad. This is a double shot though. With the blotting board, which is kind of reasonable, this is the first kind of play I saw. But I probably like just offering up the ace in 2 places instead. And I think it's better to keep the anchor against the 11 in the zone here too. I don't know. Tough play though. Not the most pleasant dice. And she hasn't looked at 13 to 7 with it. There's strong duplication, yeah, a little bit better attackers, a little more attacking potential when she gets away with it, so I think I like this one. No ace. 5 can still cover. Maybe the deuce can come down now instead of ruining our distribution. Yeah, we like how well we're spread out on the 7, 6, and 5 right now, so we'd rather not have to ruin that with a 7 to 5. 5-3 looks like it's going to continue to attack. It can hit in the outfield. We got a blotting board. So I think it's probably a little stronger to make the 4-point board and then hit loose. This looks pretty wide open to me. But I guess there is strong duplication there. If we play this way, yeah. Now we get more fans. We can still maybe pick up that blot later. I think when we get hit, it's less bad. Yeah, I like that idea. 2-5 is a fan. No Cuban play yet. Yeah, this must be cubable, right? I didn't really think about it too much. I guess maybe she wasn't ready yet, but I mean, threatening to have him behind a 6 prime, really, like, I think you have to send this before that happens.
Is it not too good, Nick?
I don't think it's too good because she could miss covering and there's still play here and all these kinds of things, but probably not too far off, if it is at all. 1 point. Often when they're even like close or questionable though, I still prefer to cash them because your opponent still might come up with a reason to take it, something like that. And it's not so much equity you're giving up, you know. And then you don't have to make all the decisions to bring it home either. So it's like an easier route. Your opponent's not likely to have too many difficult decisions in that one when things go your way. There's an extra set of hands in there saying something. 4-1, down and split. And a 6-3. I think typically we would run past when we split like this. When you can't run past, then you just split anyway. I think that's my rule of thumb. Six three gets the hit, and then I guess the 6 can come out to the bar. 6 doesn't look so good here. But they must be stronger than making the 3-point. I would think. Three one gets to hit on the bar. We definitely really crave the tempo here, because Anna is well set up to build with a ton of material in the zone. 2-3 can hit. Maybe she's happy to take a tempo too with all the directs that she has to leave anyway. I think I would enter on the 23 and just hit loose. Double one, so it can hit, and then we only have one ace left. It feels like a shame to not make the 5-point here. Is it really the best that we can do to hit instead? I don't know. I guess we challenge those plots too, maybe. I'm quite tempted to make the 5-point though. I don't know what else with it. But 5 can hit as many times as we want. I think hitting loose on the 4, I guess we don't need to. We probably want to use 2 of them to make the bar point. One of them at least to hit out there. And now we could, maybe it's better here to actually turn this into a blitz and also make the ace point. Feels a little strange, but if we hit loose though, I think I want to make the bar point anchor, because I don't see any more productive 5 from there. Hitting loose on the ace as well seems just like too much at this point. Enters 2 and hits. Nice response for Richard. And no one's created a new offensive point yet. 3-1. I think we're entering on the ace and making an asset out of the 10. Four one gets to make the best anchor on Richard's side of the board. So they're going to play a nice holding game now with a few extra checkers back. Both of them will be wanting to make some structure behind the anchor here. No such luck there, so I think just running from the 20 looks pretty strong. Just keep coverage of a lot of the board. There is some dependency on race here, though. I'd like to know who's leading and who therefore is more comfortable playing conservative. 2-6 sort of looks like it's forced to slot the 5. Four one. The 4 gets to hit, and I guess the 1 can just continue 15-14. For lack of a better ace. Not a bad ace exactly. Sends another checker back, consolidates the racing lead. Still would love to make some board points soon. But Anna making progress with that play. I guess the 4 should come in and the 5 should come down for distribution is what I'd be looking for with this one. Not so worried about being attacked behind yet. You don't really want to leave blots in the outfield instead. Three two. I guess the 3 can come around the bend. Then we got to figure out the 2. We could make the 11. Oh, we could hit loose with the 2. If we're going to do that, I guess the 3 comes around the bend anyway. Seems like maybe too much. I don't really know why we want to pounce there, but I guess the 2 wasn't good anyway. It takes the tempo away, so maybe that's decent. 4 hits and the 2 can step up to occupy another nice board point. Not that we need the double anchor. We're going to leave it soon, but I think it's good to take up space this way for now. Another sort of awkward one. We could just continue all the way to the bar. Or we could look again at making the 11. The 11 feels like it's of some value with all these, like 4 checkers back, just containing them. But, of course, I mean, it feels like a double anchor of our own to have the 20 and 18, but those pips are sort of locked up. We want to give up one of those. This looks like the most mobile play, but it just leaves a few more shots that might matter, I feel like. At a moment that I don't know that we need to. I don't know why we'd want to advance into a double shot. I think when you have the bar point too, it's easier to give up the midpoint. So I kind of like. Okay, this actually looks pretty clean too. I'm okay with that. But I think the 13-11 actually looks pretty nice here. Well, the 6 is going to hit. Still have an anchor, and then I don't see a whole lot of deuces other than to come 20 to 18 as well. But against 1-point boards, of course, we're going to try. Ooh, double 4s is going to do a lot. Looks like it's going to hit twice. I don't think it can make any board points, so that'll be about it. It'll hit twice, and then what? I guess we could play down from the midpoint still? Oh, she wants to make a... I really like hitting 2 checkers, and then I don't mind leaving the extra block 13 to 9 and just being ready to pounce on the 5 points. So that's 2 of them. This is reasonable as well, though. Lots of blocking structure, less blotty than the play I was looking at, but I like the 2 in the air. It's going to make sure that Richard does almost nothing with his next roll, and she's got all the initiative and very good distribution to capitalize on that. $9 is in value for sure in front of the 21. 4-3 can enter on the 3 and hit with the 4. Take the outfield back over. Or 2. I think we should just stack up the 21. I don't see anything else that wants to move on the front. Six, 5. Nothing can move from the back. It looks a little bit like, yeah, we should just make a 5 stack on the 8. It's ugly and awkward, and maybe we should check in on our race before we make such a stiff play, but not really sure how to resolve, I don't know, the inflexibility of this position anyway. I think we're kind of stuck with that regardless. Slotting behind seems like an option as well. I guess this is okay. Yeah, sure. I don't know. It's just also not like building anything particularly important to put away back there and how to play. But I'm not sure how much better it's helping to have 13 to 8. Maybe this is more flexible. 5-3 could point on head. It could make the 5 points. Okay. Unblocked 6 is out though, so I mean that part's a little bit risky. Maybe just running from the back was okay there too. 4-2, can't do a whole lot. Could hop out to the bar. Kind of looks like the 2 wants to be 8-6, which is really ugly, or 3-1. I guess we could play 13-11 and challenge our opponent to leave the bar point. Doesn't seem too bad to take away outfield presence that way if they want to hit. Maybe I like that the more I look at it, because the other 2s are just so bad. The 4 can be 6-2 or 22-18. Both are fine, I think. All right, find a conservative 2. 4-1. Hitting doesn't seem to look worth it. Yeah, just clean up the blot seems fine. Aces, that's a huge improvement to the position. And we're leaving a shot somehow, so I guess probably we keep the midpoint in the 6-way contact and just play 13-11. But making the 12 must be a reasonable candidate as well. We could go like this and play 6-5, but I don't really know what the gain is there. Guess not really playable 4s elsewhere. Pretty close game. 6-5, I think, just wants to run from the back. Oh, it can hit. Yeah, I think I like hitting with the blot back instead. Yeah, okay. Slot the prime, blots around the pickup and things like that too. Four two can enter on the deuce and hit on the bar. Do we want to do that and volunteer on both the bar and the ace? I think so. This looks pretty dangerous of a position to let Anna have her full roll. No way to safety that blot otherwise too. So Anna with quite a bit of initiative here. A hit should be pretty big in this game. She's going to hit 2 instead. I'm not sure what else we do with the 6. I guess we could play 8 to deuce to prevent the second anchor, but I mean we have 4 back ourselves. I don't think it's a little early to be giving up assets that way. So 2 is going to make the point there. We'll see if Richard can maintain timing for this, but Anna has good structure to prime in front of it too. So I think the 5, 5-2 can make a board point. Okay, maybe I want the prime in front of these points a little bit more. I don't think I like this. I think what I want to do is actually switch 9 to 7 and then get checkers in range to cover. So 18 to 13 is an obvious way to do that. We get a lot of indirects with 21 to 16 as well. So I'm kind of okay with either of those. I want to bring the back of the prime a little closer and block that 23 point a little more efficiently. And then bring some checker around that's going to help me maybe make the 9 point again. Making the 16, I don't know if we need an outfield landing point or anything like this either. But that looks pretty reasonable too. It's mobile, gets things rolling. And this, I guess it's a back game with reasonable timing, so it can't really be a cube. 3 gets there, yeah. Hopefully this time we get to make the bar point. Looks very strong in this game. Yeah, I don't think we want the board point here. I think we really want the blocking structure. We're not trying to make our opponent dance until we get in. In fact, that's kind of generating timing. We want them to enter and be stuck behind our structure and have to crash everything in the front. A6 is going to hit. Yeah, giving up all the blocking structure too is going to make it like very reasonable for Richard to go forward quickly here too. Awkward roll. Maybe I'm tempted to come in on the 23 and give up the 21. I really don't want to play checkers deep like this, and my opponent has 5 back and only 8 in the zone, so maybe I don't need an anchor. Keep my outfield bridge. Don't leave a double shot. 5-4. I guess probably hit loose and 18 to 14 is my idea here. We have the double anchors, so even if we're hit back, it doesn't matter too much. I mean, it doesn't seem like that strong a play, but we just don't have a lot else either. It's a lack of options kind of play. I do want to stand my two back anchors, but we could make the bar point. I think when Anna's made a strong board like this, it is more important to have the 23 and the 21, and less useful to be blocking the prime by coming out to the 18. Problem with this 5 as well is no 4. It's very behind. Yeah, so now Anna's pretty happy attacking with like 6-4-1 combos. This can make the 2 on head, or it can advance the back checker some. I think attacking looks okay here though. It does look a little disconnected, and like as soon as Richard enters, she's just going to be leaving blots around. So I don't know, maybe it's better to make the bar in the mid. Maybe I like that better the longer I look at it. Something like that. Does create a lot of extra contact still though. We're just hoping to use these bridges to get the checker on the 22 moving, I guess, this way. And maybe we can attack on the deuce later. Three, two. So if we have the 2 inner board anchors, I think hitting loose would be fine. Going for mobility like this seems reasonable. You could step up with the 2 and play like 8-5 as well. Maybe that's better distribution. 4-2. I think 4 wants to step up to try to leave. And the 2 can keep going. 3 days seems like an option too. I like both. 5-6. Nothing hits. So the 5 can go 18-13 and the 6 can cover. And we make a bunch of progress that way. I don't see a reason to leave our anchor though. Yeah. Kind of feels like it's the only play that avoids giving things up, so it should sort of play itself. 3-5 is pretty nice. Pretty sure that we want to use that to come to the 8 point. Maybe she's pausing to think about leaving the 18 somehow. Yeah, double shot when we might not need to, and our opponent doesn't have that productive looking rolls otherwise. Just, I think it's too much for me. But I guess we agree that the 3's for sure. Five, 3 looks like it's also going to play in to the 5 point. Three, 2. I think I like 8-5 and then 3 to ace with this one. I don't want to bury another checker behind. Starting the ace point could be something we make later. But Anna's just ready to run before she runs out. I still think she can find a better moment. I don't know if there's big urgency when Richard's about to break points and doesn't have anything else to do. Like, he wants something like this to keep him busy. Making the 4 point would be very nice. The 4 does not look good after the hit. But we have equal boards, so I'm still feeling like we should hit. Maybe just that and slot the 4 is fine. Yeah. Everything else is even bigger. It just seems like a ton of blots everywhere. Probably can't be less than a direct 4, really. Chooses to make the structure instead of the loose slotting play and hitting. I understand that. Looks a little too busted up to be worth it. 2-6 should just come around and take a chance at escaping, I think. Except it leaves a double shot against a 4-point board, but if you stay there, you leave a double shot. So you could play 18 to 16 and something behind to avoid it that way, but then you might not get to safety as often. I don't know if reducing shots is so important here. When you come up with a deuce, it looks like 6s get there. It looks like 3-6 gets there. And then we have 4s is 14, and 3-1 is 15, and 2-2 is 16. So it might not actually be, it's like 6 shots. No, it is 8 shots less than coming around. I don't know. 5-3 doesn't reach. Yeah, could make the 3-point this way, but wonder if there's a way to vacate some point instead. Having the checkers locked up on the 18 and 21 is starting to kind of put too much stress on Richard's position. He should find a way to release one of those and focus the contact where it's best. And to me, that looks a bit like he wants to give up the 21. 5-2 can just release the midpoint first, though. I like that. Yeah, and the ace isn't so scary, so he can just make the 6-point. I like this. This is a good heads-up play. 2 blots on board gives him a little more courage to do that. No hit. Looks like we're going to make the deuce and the ace. Hope to recover the 3 soon. One can just slot the bar. One looks like it's going to lift the blot on the 3 instead. Not pleasant to have to do. And it could have reasonable cubes here too, just on the threat of rolling a set and escaping safely. Yeah, 24 pip lead I think after this roll. So we have another what's gonna go question. I guess we duplicate 4s when we play 21 to 16 and leave it there, so maybe I just do that and then play 7 to 4. Not too worried about being attacked and board with the dead checker and space to come in behind either. In such a strong board of our own. 6s and 1s look a lot weaker the other way. I think still an easy take. I don't know if it's a cube at all. I mean, it's a big racing lead. But it still looks like good contact and a lot to come home and a kind of weak board of our own. So it could just be on the race, the threat of rolling a set or something like that is enough. Maybe now with the 6s and aces to hit, that buys a little more time, but I'm still taking for sure. Yeah, I think we want to make the bar point. It's landing point to bring this home. That does most of the work, and I'm definitely glad that she got the cube in time in this scenario. 4s looks like it holds, just has enough room to get to the 2 and the 3. Really going to need a 5 or a 6 out immediately to avoid cracking. 6-4 can just go to the 3. I'm not sure why we would want to bury a checker and clear the 7 before getting that checker home. Instead, I guess she's thinking of containing on certain 6s and 5s and not letting him just bring that timing home, but I just don't think that's a priority and probably gains more when he gets hit with a 9 than we do in containing that checker anyway. Like, we can win without containing it pretty easily. No 5 or 6 out. So yeah, looks like we're making the ace, 1 dead checker now. Awkward distribution for Anna, but it seems to work out okay. I think actually here I would give up the bar so I can make a point. Better distribution. And we'll see if Richard can find a 6-5 or 3 to get a checker moving. Cannot. Oh, that's frustrating. Yeah, I think I like sliding forward like this. I don't know why that would be better than just clearing the 5, but my instinct too. 2 in, and then I guess 2 to ace leaves the most flexibility. I guess we could play 6 to 5 and make sure our 5s and 6s work well. Fives still work, 6s are a bigger problem, yeah. The 5s look a little better when we advance too. The 6s are great, of course. Aces, oh no, finds a way to crack more. Decides to leave a blot on the 5 to remake later, okay. Could help with the closeout. 6 in, one's going to leave a shot. Richard looking for a 3 to have some shots at this. But even when he rolls the 3, that can lead to more gammons for black anyway. And covers the 5 point. Very nice shot. 4 in, and then 3 off, yeah. Guess we want to clear the 6 soon as well, but it seems better for distribution there. We leave all our good big sets working fine. So we're even overall on top. For 3, I guess we could do clever things. We could play the 4 there and let ourselves clear, but this seems more natural. One's going to clear from the rear. Still no checkers off for Anna? Okay. I don't think. Am I missing it? No, she has 1 off. Okay. How did she get 1 off? Whatever. 6-4. Considering breaking this board to stay a little longer, could get 1 more shot. Maybe at this point just going for the race is worth more. I don't know. 6-5, 6-4, 5-4. Quite a few shots. Just hard to win even when we get them. I guess Anna might as well pick and pass. Don't think you want to give your opponent full rolls like double 5s. And I don't think you need to be super careful here since your opponent's going to have to leave with a 6 or a 5 so often anyway. Aces gets to stay. He can keep it on the 5 if he wants. Chooses to bury another checker instead. 6-3, 2 off. This will be an unlikely gammon. 5-1's going to make it a long way. Two off. And another 2 points should take us to 8 away, 13 away. Could I have some water? Could I have water? Water. Yeah, thank you. Hmm. Six 4 to open with the leading score. Running could be fine. Splitting is always close to. Usually we start to veer away from making the 2 point with the lead. I don't mind any of them. 5-4 should hit on the ace to disconnect, and then split with the 4. Knows that one. 5-4. I'm not sure if we want to hit loose or just make the 9 point. A lot of times making the asset is a little stronger. Thank you. 5 gets to hit, and then the deuce is a lot less clear. Maybe we just... Man, there's blots everywhere, but it's tempting for some reason to play the 11. Yeah, we don't really want any of the other 2s to go anywhere. Don't want to get on the bar point. 24 to 22 is probably the best play. That's what I was leaning towards as well, but it just feels weird to step up there too. 4-3 can link up with the bar point and make an anchor. It could also fight for the 5 point if he wants to lose 8 to 5, or if she does. But I think probably having the asset's better. Six, 3. That can escape the safety. I presume he has a racing lead now, so fine to just play safe. Just try to break contact and win that race. Six, 4 can't attack to try to prevent that escape. So maybe now having the deuce point is worth something. We just want some sort of board for when we hit. So when we get away with this, I'm not sure if we're ahead in the race anyway, and sometimes we get hit. I don't know. I guess it attacks the 5 point a little bit better. Somehow we would have been being pointed on. I think, yeah, I guess with the racing lead, if that's, he could just make the 3 as well. Maybe no need to do that. Yeah, I don't know. Feels like when we play this way that we're going to get hit loose on the 5 every time. So maybe I would have actually liked to make 2 board points and even leave the ace from the 8 there. 6-1 wants to make the bar point. Okay, still volunteers a shot with a bunch of blots on board. Should be fine. Ace can hit loose and 6 could play down or something like that too. Alright, can't hit, but it can cover the 5 point. I think the 2 probably wants to advance 10 to 8. Looks like better distribution, but 6 to 4 slot is okay too. Just kind of a lack of spares to cover it. Double 4s. Must have to make the 5 on head. Oh, it can just break. Okay, with the match lead though, and the cube where it is, I actually think 18 to 10 twice makes the most sense. Depends if the race is enough where she's just going to cash every time, then it's worth doing. Here though, we leave a little bit of volatility that we didn't need to. I'm not sure if we have a cube anymore. Still looks strong for normal score on the threat of rolling an ace or hitting loose with a 3. I don't know. Good structure. That's beautiful. I think one of them. Maybe we just want to hit 6 to 3. Yeah. I mean, for sure we were going to play 6 to 5, and then I don't really see anything better to do, and we don't want them to anchor, so I understand the cleanup idea, though. That's 1, 0, okay, 2 left. Maybe a cube's coming pretty quickly either way. 4-2 can't anchor, but it can enter high and clean up 12 to 10. Maybe we should enter deep and clean up to the 8. I don't know. We're getting attacked a lot. Anna, even with the match lead, I think still has a pretty strong cube here. This looks very scary. Looks like we're going to be pointing a lot. We have a prime no matter what. Probably the racing lead now. Maybe it hinges a lot on the race though. 1698 and 131, 137 maybe to 99, 120, 133, 151. Yeah, so she's leading the race as well, has an anchor and he doesn't. All kinds of material in the zone, threatening all kinds of gallons. I like this. Seems like a nice robust cube at normal scores, and so I don't think a 5 point lead in a long match like this should slow us down too much there. I noticed a minor adjustment at 11 away, 7 away, for example. And so, I mean, there should be even less adjustment at 13 away, 9 away. Maybe getting closer at 13 away, 8 away, but I guess 8 is, I don't know. Tough to come up with good logic for that. I do still expect it to be a take, though. There's 3 checkers back and a lot of work to come around. If they roll high numbers, a lot can happen. But Richard just wants to let this one go. Okay. 6 point on the board for Anna. And we're at 7 away, 13 away. And I think in a long match with 6 point lead now, I would expect this to start to be a pretty significant adjustment. And so but I mean, the cube just felt very solid there. So I think probably fine to send the score. Did Anna go to get a drink or something like that? Maybe a small break. I want to take a break too. I'm going to run for a second. We'll resume shortly. Felt like that. All right. Looks like I missed a little bit. How did we get here? Looks like Anna did some running, got caught along the way. Somehow we got the 20, or no, Anna got the 22 point, this weird dude stuff, and Richard was the one doing the running. And it looks like we're going to make the 8 point a little bit taller. I don't see a reason to enter high and provoke contacts, so I'm probably just entering on the 24 and playing 13 to 8 and accepting this stacky game that we've created. Three can make another board point. That's a very nice roll. So Anna with all the structure and the anchor. I don't know what the race is like, but it's probably good for Richard, but that's not clear either. All right, that solves a lot of problems. Now he has a prime in front of the 22. Usually still very takeable for Anna for a long time. Aces. We have blitzing structures, so switching to the ace could be okay, but we're stuck behind a prime. Oh, she can step up to the edge. Yeah, okay, okay. I don't mind this. I don't think she really wants to prime. Yeah, I kind of like this better. Maybe it's a lot to ask for to get away with this when he's got, like, hitting loose is not going to be fun if we try to follow up on a blitzing game plan, so it's tricky. I'm really not sure about that. 5-3. If we were ahead enough in the race, maybe we would run. Doesn't feel like we can be. Should catch up on that. 135 to 135, dead even. So he's going to be ahead 8 pips after the roll, so I think we just play quiet. I guess point behind just in case Anna decides to run at some point is probably worth it here. But of course there's just 13 to 5 too. I don't know why we need everything poised to pounce on the anchor when Anna's not likely to just run off the anchor anyway, so I guess we might as well just make productive moves behind. And having a better board is going to make it easier for us to run later. So he's going to try to follow the simple game plan. Anna has 4s and 2s to send him back and take that race lead right back. 6-3 won't do it though. So I think she should just start the next 2 points in board. And then ahead in the race 1, like staying on the 21-point game should be pretty good for her for a while. And it should be a while till Richard really has a cube. Even at the score, we don't adjust much in these simple games where there's not gammons present. 3 cubes still worthwhile for Anna if she can turn it around. 2-1 gets to safety up. Yeah, very nice. 6-5, not what we were hoping for. We could make the ace, but maybe I just bring one down and slot the ace instead. Try to keep more checkers committed to covering the 5 and the 4. Yeah, I like that. Double 3s can bring them all down. Yeah. Not ahead in the race enough still, I don't think, to send a cube, but that's still a big step in the right direction in reducing contact. Looks like 112 to 114, maybe? 6-5 is a lot of pips for Anna, too. So still basically dead even. This blocks double 6s from leaving now as well, so I think we actually like having blocking points in a close race too. So everything about this looks right to me. Six, just in time. We'll be stacking up the ace point now at the decent racing lead. I'm going to need to run with the 5 soon. Anna will be hoping for double 5s, and Richard really should add some board points behind to make sure that he can punish when she does run. So this seems unnecessary to play pure in front. The goal is going to be attack the block that's left behind. This is just going to make it a little bit harder. Cover. Yeah, I guess switch to the 4 probably, and maybe we can save a 6 outside. So we could play 6 to 2. Yeah, I guess she doesn't have a 6 anyway. Yeah, so she doesn't need to. Yeah, actually, this is probably right then. I like it. Saves a 5 in case she doesn't want to run. 4-1 can cover, but he's keeping all the pips like efficient for racing and things like that instead. Yeah, this is going to be much better for if Anna needs to run on a 5. I like that play. 3-6 looks like we'll just clean up 6 to 3. I think Anna's still with enough race to play this. I don't really see cubes here. Maybe it wouldn't be bad though. It's probably getting reasonable just structurally for all the crashing that's going on. She loses another board point, then it seems like it could be possible. Yeah, like this. I think she's lost a lot of ground in the race now too, so I like a cube here, I think. 88 to 60, 75. Yeah, he's still down quite a bit in the race actually, so maybe. Fives helps. And if 5-1 is going to have to run, I like a cube here for sure. If there's any doubt about the raise, he can just attack. So I think Anna probably has a pass, yeah. First point on the board for Richard. 7 away, 12 away. Six one makes the bar point. And 6-5 can run like usual, so 2 down is going to be forced there. Double twos, maybe it's worth hitting, but making the 4 looks really strong. The backstop on the 11 is probably stronger than usual too, but so is it. I guess this is more of a blitzy position, so we don't need to deal with the back checkers. So I think I would use that Mochi principle to just probably play 13-11 twice, but not completely certain. 2-1's going to make the 5 point. Still not looking that primey, but it's looking like a little bit more potential. Anna going to have a really hard time with this lead, big of a match lead, finding a cube. 4-2. Either we put a spare on the 7 or we bring 2 down. It doesn't seem like a ton of fly shots to bring 2 down. 4-4, 2-6, 4-6. Yeah, I think that's worth giving up all those to 2-6. I would have been hit. 6-2 can bring a spare to the 5, or it can run if we're feeling the pressure of that prime. With our opponent having anchored and advanced a little bit, I definitely see some call to run. Bring the attention somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, if Anna rolls a good roll that fills in the 5 or something, we'll be very happy to have escaped here. Looks like 4 is going to hit. I don't know what the 5 is going to do, though. We have such a nice priming structure that I really don't want to use my last spare to hit on the ace. So I think I'd probably just clean up to the 4 or something like this. Maybe even down can be okay, but it's a little hard to give up the midpoint with the 22 established. Still kind of too far back. Neither of them look great, so I don't care either. I think stepping into it seems good here. We have the better board for now. If our opponent makes that point, we're crushed either way, so we want to be there for when they don't. And if they want to try to hit us loose, great, then that contact can work in our favor. But yeah, we can't just do nothing here. We're really on the ropes. So it's important to make a bid for that most important anchor right now. Plus, our opponent has an anchor. His duplication is true. I don't think Anna's ever, or rarely going to use the ace to hit there, but it's not, we're still dead if she makes the 5 points, so we haven't really gained a whole lot. I mean, this seems like a strong cube at normal score and one that I'm not really thinking about at this particular score. We're going to lose our market a little bit here. I think we're making the 2 on head, and then we could hit loose or just make the 3. Probably making the 3's easier. Oh, she's just going to go for the structural play instead, though, which should allow her to cash quite often. Well, if we're going to make this priming play, I don't know why we want to hit loose. I think if we're making this, then I'm playing 9-4 with it and just expecting to cash every time. This also seems like the better hit of the 2. But yeah, we can still get primed. We're too far forward, so I think we should be finding a blitzing play and not a priming play here. I'm really not sure about making the 3. Ace is going to hit, and the 3 is going to step up and see if Richard can get away with it. Huge step in the right direction if he's not pounced on right away. And of course, the next roll could be decisive, but I think Anna should still have the goal of losing her market before she sends the cube at this big of a lead. 3 cubes are just a bit too painful. Oh, double 2s is a huge market loss. So this is going to go to 2 good. After she goes there, she's definitely going to hit. Oh, she's going to make the 6 prime. Actually, maybe. But we could hit, I mean, we can make the 5 still, and we don't leave any returns. So I don't know. Maybe it's better to send the extra checker back. But okay, we have a 6 prime now. I do think we're too good. Maybe there's some rolls that crack, though, like 3-2. No, 3-2 doesn't. Double threes is okay. Yeah, it looks like everything's going to be okay. 6-5 is going to just run off the front all the way by some timing. And if he wants to attack us back there, great. Otherwise, we keep pressure on the blot if he's unable to cover. But he does cover. Gets to smooth out 6-5 as well. And so maybe at some point Anna can claim this just, I mean, there's not that many gammons even when she gets around after the 22, and she can get counter prime, so I'm actually kind of tempted to just, I'm not sure how too good this one is, especially at the score. I think I would be inclined to just send the cube and make sure I don't get in any sort of trouble here. Because Richard's really not that far away from having very good counterplay. 6-3 is not that. I guess maybe we go all in here, 6 down and hit lose 6-3. We could just make the 2 point though? No, it must be more constructive to just make the 2. Yeah. Because Anna's going to have a hard time escaping both, and we just hope to hit next time. Six out is a beautiful shot for Anna. Pop out and make that 16, and we can just advance 11-10. And we're back to 2 good. Fairly clearly now, I think. Two one can slot. Richard is going to try to get his board in order for contact. I don't know if he has the timing to hang on to a well-timed ace-point game, though. 4-3 can just come around, sure. She can still get stuck behind structures. I mean, there's something to be said for just playing like 10-3 or something like that here. But this is probably good. 2-1, just going to spread out somewhere from the 8. I like this because we might like to make the bar point to be part of a full 6 prime. 5-2 I think should come around. I don't think she wants to stay out there and provoke contact. And now she needs to start organizing spares to put them on the deuce point to make that next. 2 down for covers. Looks nice. Four two. I think I want to play into the 6, yeah, but and then I would imagine that I would play 11-9 with it. But maybe there's some case to be made for reinforcing the back. I don't think so. I think we're so happy to use those 6s to make the point with some other number anyway. Yeah, I don't know why this is better than 11-9 though. Brings 2 checkers in. So maybe we get to start bearing off if we can't make the other point somehow. But 4 can cover, ace can slot the bar again. Six one I think is just playing into the 4. And now some numbers, there's some bad rolls for sure. I don't think that means, this actually looks like a pretty reasonable position again to just like get scared in cash. Because if we leave a shot and get hit, we can easily lose. And there don't look to be a ton of gammons in this position. Seems well timed. And there are bad rolls, so I don't know if we want to play on for it. 6-4 gets away with it though. Now we're happy to, I think. We have a 6-5. 4-2 can slap the ace. 6s is fine, 5s is not. No, 5s is fine. 5 ace, I think it's time to clear the bar point, yeah. Now there's a 6-1. 6-1 to get back in the game. Wow. There it is. And doesn't look to be too good, so I don't know what happens when Anna rolls an ace. Probably just have to keep playing the game, but she misses, so I think you can just cash. Could play on technically too good, but it doesn't seem worth very much here. And there are some where he doesn't cover and she can roll an ace and hit, so I think it's better to cash. And we can move on to 7 away, 11 away. He's still behind structure, so I guess she's going to pause to think about whether or not she has some priming value here, but I don't think he can play this one.
Did you have to leave this on? Did you have to leave this? Or did you choose to use it? You're just choosing to do safer in the
Take out only those two shots.
choosing, yeah.
And I just didn't see it, so then playing on. Thinkable in the fight.
You were too good, yeah, that's right.
Did he just take 2 points for that? Let me go check that. All right, 6-2 splits, 7 away, 11 away. Let's see what Anna finds in response. 4-point lead. Oh, I talked about this score. This score is in my book. Plays similar to 5-way, 3-way with adjustments. Five, 6 gets to hit. And 3-2, I think, is going to have to fight for the 5-point again. Better than making the 22. Five hits and anchors. Could make the 11 as well, but I think the bar point anchor feels a little bit stronger, prevents 6s from the bar, things like that. 5, 6 hits anyway. Lots of blots back, but Anna does not have an anchor yet, so still like Richard's side a little bit better. 3-1. It's a lot of fly shots to bring a builder down, so it's going to be very tempting to just play up to the 21 point. Five, 3. I think I like coming around the bend to challenge the bar point anchor 14 to 11. I don't want to break the 8 point to make the 3 point. So yeah, I also like this distribution 5. Yeah, this looks good for mana. Awkward game though. 6-2 cannot hit, but it can escape the checker, and with the racing lead, that seems fine. 5-2 can make the 11 point. Then I guess we just come out to the bar and make a bid for an anchor. Nothing really much better to do with a 5. 6-5 can hit twice somewhere. We're going to hit on the bar point and then probably unstacking the 6 point to hit on the ace a little better. Even though the 3 is a better point, I would take the distribution here. 2 in the air is fine either way, I feel like. Nice response from Anna. Five one gets to enter and make the bar point. Nice asset for Richard. Two one. I think we're still fighting for the 5 point. And the 2, I guess, must just step up 24 to 22 for mobility. We don't really have space for a 2 anywhere else, more than anything. Two one can just step up from the back again. Same story. You could come in on the ace actually and bring the 2 down as a builder. Maybe I like that a little better in retrospect. It does look like a checker wants to come off with 13. I think we should cover and maybe break the 8 to hit loose here. I don't think we have a lot of good 5s. And we have the better board now too, and a bunch of checkers back, so yeah, turning this into an attack seems nice. I guess the other option is just point on the 3 and not have to give up the 8. Then we don't get to make the 5. Okay, she's going to play passive like this instead. She's going to give Richard a lot of ways to like hit in the outfield and just kind of reinforce his position. Ooh, 4 wants to step up and then 2 down to the 9, and then the last one I don't know, but I guess 6 to 2 doesn't look so bad. We love blocking the 9 points when our opponent's on the 22 like this, though. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate to play 6 to 2. It could be better to just play 13 to 9 with it and volunteer the ace. I'm not sure. Making the 5 is pretty strong too. But I feel like a lot of times against the 22 point, the 9 is even stronger. 3-1. Still kind of wanting to hit here. And the ace could step up to the edge, I guess. That's 3s, 2s, and 1s on entry to hit though. That's quite a bit. But any entering 6 or 5 other than the 3, 6, and 3, 5, I guess. So the 1, 6, 1, 5, 2, 6, 2, 5 can't hit, of course. Yeah, feels like hitting's the idea here. This is a double shot. So if we're going to go there, we want to challenge the anchor and play 6 to 5 probably, or 22 to 21. But it feels very passive in this position, like we could be going for more. I don't know. It could be right because we want to respect the 4 prime, and getting checkers sent back behind that is a really big problem. I'm not sure we've really controlled that all that much with this play, though. 6-4 can just come around to the 12. Six, 5. Gonna run around all the way and leave one in front of the anchor. There are 3, 6, and 3, 5, and 3, 3. Like, I don't know. A lot of these hits are actually very nice to run off the anchor, so I'm not sure I want to keep leaving it in front that way. Maybe the 6 out and the 5 in or something like that. But I'm afraid to give her a way to run off her anchor. Or to give Richard a way to run off his anchor. But if he does that, she probably still has a playable game with the 22 points sometimes at least. I don't know, it could be market loss. I don't mind sending the cube at this. What is it? It's 60, 74, 104, 114, 118, 138 to 87, 38 to 91, 138 to 111, 138 to 144. So he's only 6 pips ahead, I think, on roll. But that's pretty good with the prime. It should be okay to cube, but I don't think this one's urgent or a big cube or anything like that. I don't think Anna can ever think about passing it with the open 4 point and all these things. I don't think the score influences it that much. There will be more gammons if he rolls a 3 and sends that extra checker back, but it should be a simple take for Anna, I think. Six, 5 clears with a decent racing lead, sure. Takes pressure off that blot, but I think it's worth it. Not exactly the plan he had, though. Now this feels like a pretty comfortable take for Anna. And he's looking to build that 9 point and the 4 point. 5-4. Not going to help a ton of it with that cause. Yeah, maybe just giving up the 12 entirely and not leaving any fly shots makes some sense. That will help him make the 4 point anyway, but it's not really focusing on the 9 anymore. 6-3 would have been hit. It's a good thing he found it that way. 6-3 could start 2 points, but 1 point's pretty good too. Double 6s, okay. Who needs the 4 point if he can just take a big racing lead like this? Yeah, playing to the ace is going to leave more ways to make the 4, so I think I like this. Better distribution. 2 gets to cover, 8 to 7, I think. I think we want structure and contact to win this one. I think we're down too much in the race to worry about racing efficiency. 5-4 can make the deuce point and keep things spread out to make the 4 hopefully still. Five can Yeah, sure. I guess we can start playing like this instead of trying to make the deuce. Could bring it in. I guess 11 to 9 looks pretty good as well. This structure is going to be good enough to find a win. Can't keep all the spares in place where we want them. I guess we could shift 5 to 4 twice. Play 7 to 6 and 2 to 1. That would give us the best chance of making the high point. I think it would do that. Usually when you're trying to clear safely, you'd rather move the points higher. So I think the 5 to 4 shift here is pretty nice.
You have to come in again and tell me.
This is an outstart. This is much better for him. But if they agreed on it and it's small, I think what that would have done is allowed him to keep all the spares and shift 2 to 1. But the way he's done it, there's almost like no difference. 4-1. 5-3. This one's tough to play safe. It looks like we just have to stack up the 2. Can't even cover the ace. I guess we could play 5 to 2, 6 to 1, yeah. But I think we need to keep some distribution here instead. I think that's more important than covering the ace. He's going to play the 5 first, even though the 3 is the one that's kind of forced here. But yeah, it kind of feels like as you get deep into a tournament, like the wheels just turn a little bit slower. Hard to stay focused. It's very exhausting. I mean, this is a high pressure match, and we're in round 5, so they've played a ton of backgammon today. You know, who knows outside of the main event what else they're playing. Definitely like the mental fog and fatigue starts to set in. It just gets much harder to see plays like that. There's very limited options there, just like our brain just starts to process different. 7 to 1 looks nice here. Six four. Anna with 2 dead checkers behind can start to think about playing a single checker anchor game. Shouldn't be too afraid to run with a 6. Maybe this is okay for now to stay one more roll. I think it's probably good. And okay, he's going to fill in that 4 point, and now it's much scarier to run. Glad she didn't. 3-2 gets to cover the ace. Beautiful. And double 4s is a disaster. Gonna leave a shot on one of them. He gets his choice whether he wants to leave it on the 6 or the 5. Alright, deuce to win. No such luck. 6-4 is gonna run, but she might get another shot here. Fairly likely even. Oh, 6-2 is perfect. Okay. Cleans everything up nicely, but she can still wait on the 6-2, 5-2 kind of stuff. 6-5 is going to play to the ace, I'm pretty sure, and wait at least one more roll to try to get the shot. No need to run now to save the gammons or anything like that. There are still significant winning chances when you stay back. And I don't think she has any racing chances, really. Alright. Well, 2s wasn't going to make her feel good about staying back anyway. 6-4 would have been forced to run there too, I think. It all transposes, as it often does in this game. And we could be moving on to 7 away, 9 away. 5 and 4 off probably is better distribution, I don't really know. Another 2 checkers off. 2-1. She ready to give up? 3 rolls still? Yeah, I guess it's possible. Not if you don't take any off. 2 off. Okay. We're gonna reset. 9 away, 7 away. Richard continuing to work on his comeback. They have both spent much more than half their bank with less than half the points accounted for on the board. I don't think there's any need to start slotting here. Split is still called for. I guess it's maybe not too long till we get to some speed, Gavin. That's what I want to see. Some pressure. 3 points on both sides. Richard has the split. I think we just split ourselves. And we have exactly symmetrical positions.
Identical positions.
6-4 gets the point on head. So a bit of attack for Richard. 9 away, 7 away, very limited score adjustment here. Only borderline decisions will change. Double 4s must be a good response. I guess we're going to also make the 2 points. And then do we want to step up to the 20 or bring a attacker down now that we've taken all our spares off the 6? Bit tricky. I don't know if we want to step into it against splitting formation. But I do feel pretty sure that we want to make the 2, though it is an option to make the 4 and either just play completely safe or hit loose on the deuce after making the 4. I just don't see a need to leave a blot and board right now. So I think there are easier ways to play this one. Stepping up reasonable for mobility. Maybe she hopes to just win the race this way. I think I want to come in. Coming in on the 8 seems fine, but the 4 doesn't look so good. So I almost want to come in on the 21 and hit loose on the 5. It looks kind of suicidal and unnecessarily open, but I think it's okay. Five one, beautiful roll for Anna. Hits and anchors, less checkers back. Huge advantage in this game. 5-2. Richard cannot anchor himself. So we're getting where I at least want to think about the cube at normal scores, and we're not too far off a normal score, so it's reasonable for Anna to take a pause here. I'm not sure there's enough threat with only 9 in the zone and such a weak board, but must have the racing lead. I think she has racing lead. Small positional advantage. Not a lot of threat. Maybe the loose hits are going to be enough if they work, but I guess on a borderline decision I might actually use the score to hold off. So I don't feel particularly certain of this one. 6-5 gets to hit that deuce that he put in front. Yeah, I'm not sure. Kind of helped her come around this way. I don't know if he needed to do that. Coming around the bend is going to leave a bunch of indirects from the checkers. Well, 4s and 5s duplicated with the entering numbers. Maybe this is actually better. Yeah, okay. Some interaction there. On a fan, this feels like a fairly clear cube. 5-4 is going to hit if it wants to. I think it should. Having an anchor is pretty good too, but I guess no, with these boards, I mean, he's so likely to be able to anchor somewhere, like even a loose hit we're not too afraid of. So I think he should hit. I think he's still got to try to play forward here. Four in. I don't know about the 6 here. 6s and 3s or 5s and 2s. Maybe I see some duplication when we play 21 to 15. I can't really bring myself to plays 8 to 2 or to leave a triple shot with 13 to 7, so I think one of those backlines is going to go. Yeah. 3's to anchor, 3's to hit, and just a 6 on top, so I like this. 3's to hit in 2 places. 5-4 is not going to reach anyway, I don't think. Oh, it can make both points though. That looks beautiful. This makes it 20 and the 16. Whole bunch of nice holding game structure. Now Anne under some pressure to consolidate her blots. If she can do that, I think she's ahead in the race. And playing the simple kind of game she wants, she can make the 15, but then there's no 3, so yeah, probably better to just make the 10 like this. I like this play. And Richard looking to attack on the 5 plane right now, I do believe. 5-1, not going to let him. Ugh. Particularly bad, too. I guess we just slot the bar. What else do we have? 7 points is part of the problem here. Not a lot of flexibility to play with. No deuce. 5-4 can run around to a double shot, or we can just play around. I think we'd rather be attacked out here and make him give up some structure, yeah. Definitely don't want to suffer being pointed on and board if that should happen. So out with the 5, and then the other 4 would be slotting. This is still a double shot, so you could come out with the 4 and come down with the 5. Might leave less shots. That might make more sense. But yeah, I don't really see the gain. Yeah, so we could do this. I don't mind that, but I feel like I'd rather come challenge the anchor and try to get closer to home. 3-1 can hit. Gotta try it. Five 3 does not hit. And the 3 is not pleasant. What do? Just give up the midplane, I guess, right? Least blots, yeah. 4s and 1s to hit, 4s and 2s and 3s to attacking the board. So yeah, he's going to be hitting a lot, but I don't know if it's enough to decide the game. Maybe when he points on head, things like that. Yeah, roll feels prudent. Well, 2s might lose his market by a lot. I would come around and not leave the random aces from the bar, I guess, and expect to be claiming a lot of the time here. But I guess he could play on too good on a fan. Maybe that's what he's supposed to do. Fan, and we can pick up a second checker, and we should be able to cash later, maybe. Depends on the race. If it's really close, maybe it feels a little more sketchy with the open 4. I don't mind taking a roll here, though. 3-1's going to hit. Beautiful. And Richard threatening to even out this game. Make it even 7-point match. I think I like 12 to 6, 11 to 10 for distribution to close that 4 points. Everything sees it just right. Sixes can close the 4 point and jump out 20 to 14. Anna looking for some aces to save some gammons. Making the 24 point would be very strong for her. Yep. 8 to 7 to try to attack there. Seems great. If we want to come out with the 4 for mobility, that's alright as well. Or around the bend is fine. I don't think it matters too much. Actually, probably 8 to 4 is really good. Didn't think of that right away. 4-3. So like 8 to 5 I like a lot. But making the bar point makes 3s and 6s and everything close out too. So that looks pretty strong. I think we would like to make the bar here, and then our last states we don't like as much. But what else is there other than 5 to 4? Can't close yet. Yeah, probably get the back checker moving. The course 7-2-5 is an option for more closing numbers too. Yeah, I like the 4-3 with it too. This looks nice as well. There's one ace. See what Richard can do about it. He gets to close out. All right, and Baronoff for Gavin. With so many checkers outside, he should have an easy time winning one as long as he doesn't leave any shots. So I believe he will prioritize safety over bearing off quickly here. Or should be. 4 into the 6 and then 5 in deep is always a very safe structure. Probably almost always playing hopefully our numbers from the 6 and the 5 next roll. So interesting. If he peels here, then he's going to get odds. So I don't know if he needs to do this. I think maybe this could be the kind of position where it's better to just not take one off and slide them both forward too and have like 4-3-2 covered. He's going to rewind and think about that. Not leave any odd numbers. This is a way to do that as well and stay even. 4-1 can take 2 off now. Three one can take one off. Maybe clearing the 6 is pretty safe long term there too, though. Really good distribution on the outside. And we can, if we roll an ace from here, we get in really awkward positions quickly. 4-3 is pretty safe though. Anna, I think the best chance of saving the gammon or winning is to stay on the bar. And he's odd when he clears from the rear here. Okay, he doesn't have to. He can do it like that. Yeah, that looks much better. 6-3 enters 1. No shot levers for Richard yet. 6-1 will make his sets. We'll leave a blot on the 3. But Anna enters first. And I think saves the backgammon, can't save the gammon. Probably decisions from here are pretty irrelevant, but I've seen a lot of players like to make them to improve their PR here too. Best way to do that is to save the backgammon decision for a long time. Maybe she's got some pressure to move from the back there to actually make a threat at saving the gammon, though. I guess it's kind of possible with a whole bunch of sets. It would take a lot, though. Maybe just 1-2 miss would help a lot, too. From Richard. 3s is a big step in the right direction. 3 are going to come off that 8 point, I do believe. And then, I'm not sure which is better there. Maybe we hope to put one on the 4 later. We're sad when we roll an ace soon, and we're happy if double 4s end up being the thing that would take the checker off somehow. 6-4, so she gets the chance to put one on that point anyway, so now we're always sad. Oh, he finds it too and gives her an extra shot at it. Okay, she's probably like a favorite to save the gammon now. Even if she misses here, she should get off next roll. So 3 up and then 2 in, and then everything takes a checker off and just needs to dodge. 2s are better from Richard. And 6-5 not enough. That will take them to 7 away, 8 away. And so 1 extra point in this match now. I think they're like, yeah, still 3 points, or sorry, what do I want to say? 2 points shy of halfway there, of 13 points on the board, and pretty low on the clock. So they're going to take a quick break to fill up water and stuff like that. But I'm anticipating time trouble in this one. I'll be right back. Yeah, yeah.
What are you doing now? Are you mid-match or something?
Yeah, yeah. Can come hang out though.
Yes.
We're on
Six
microphone
o'clock. Who's
now.
playing? Anna Clark.
They're taking a quick break. Yeah, Anna Clark's playing the black checkers on bottom of the 1 point lead, and Richard Halverson on top.
Is it live now?
Yeah, we're live. I can mute it though if you want, or you can just talk to people.
Yeah, yeah. I'll come in a second, maybe.
Okay.
Hang out a little bit. I'm not playing, so.
Cool, man. Yeah, I could use you.
So, Physio Box did it.
Mm-hmm,
Nice.
I presume you have one already.
Yeah, yeah, it's nice, man. Yeah. I think I need to like reread it though, man.
Yeah.
You like, I think you read it and you kind of think that's good, and then you play and then you get to like a 4-way through and you think, what did he say about his score again? Just can't even remember.
I love it. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That's funny. Dan Rivera might come join us still, saying he needs to reread my book to remember everything. I've gotten that feedback a lot. That like, as many people have been excited to tell me that have read my book are telling me like I've read it twice because I had to go reread it right away. Yeah, there's a lot in there to digest, and it's kind of set up that way where it's meant to be. Like, hopefully you can process all the stuff that's at your level and then go through and pick up more of the granular stuff on your next times through. So I hope it's one that you get to keep learning from and reading too. I have a decent chunk of work done on that next book. Like I said, I feel kind of motivated to work on it right now. It's hard to get all pumped up. I don't know. It's a lot of work to get a book done, and then I don't know. I've been busy working and things like that too. We'll see. Maybe that'll get finished someday. But I think Thomas Tenlin thought he was going to get his book done in like springtime or something like that, and still doesn't have his out. Still quizzing on people on what it should be like. So always takes longer than people estimate, I guess. Except that book, the one that's out, that came out really fast. I don't know, had the free time to do it and just like made it a priority and finished it in like a month or something like that. And yeah, that was nice. Wish I had that kind of space to do that with this one and just get it done too. We'll see. Maybe that'll show up in my life somehow. We'll be back with more match soon. All right, looks like we're getting back to it.
Anna Parker was a
Yeah.
Monte Carlo female world champion.
Oh, I didn't know Anna Parker's won the world championship before.
She has indeed.
Wow, that's awesome. It has been a very deliberate pace. Anna's got just over 7 minutes left on her clock. Richard's at about 6, and they are through less than half of the match points.
So it could get exciting in about 5 minutes.
yeah.
Richard's not a notorious.
Yeah.
Neither of them are notoriously slow players. I think it's the fact that this is a quarter final of the undefeated and they're.
Right, that makes a lot of sense to me. As you get later and have played a lot of matches too, like you just
Yeah.
don't see it as quickly. Both of them are just taking like the full delay a lot of like. There's no fast moves that are
I
happening.
think
You know what I mean?
I don't think Richard will feel I'm patronising by saying it's very rare to see him at this point in this major.
Okay.
But there will be plenty of people very happy. He's a real gentleman of the game.
Nice.
And Anna is just an immensely popular figure within UK back.
Yeah. She was up, I think, if not 6-0, definitely 6-2. Yeah, I think she got to 6-0, and Richard scored like 5 unanswered points since.
Board reads well on the screen.
Yeah, 2-1, making an anchor against this like opening double sixes is pretty
There's 10
strong.
in the zone, you've got no choice.
Making board points is pretty crucial too. 6-3. No one's ever had the easy follow-up on these lately. Maybe you could play 6 behind and 3 down, but probably just slotting a nice point here, like this. This is a little annoying too.
I hear we still have the relentless condenser dripping over your head.
I hadn't noticed it.
No
today.
expenses spared in the UK.
I guess this is okay, maybe making the 2 points fine too. Either way, we don't really like that we have to put one over there. So we do accomplish covering, but it has no 3 still. So maybe we could just give up the 8 and make the 6 really tall? I don't know. This seems a little loose. But it's pure. Yeah, I guess if we're going to give one of those up, I'd rather give up the midpoint. I like this play better. 5-3. Ugh.
I prefer the first move. I don't like the disconnect now between the 18 point and 9.
I guess I'm really inclined as Richard to want to like make points. I guess behind the Anna's running out of things to do with her checkers too, so maybe we don't want to leave anything in front of the anchor. But it's not a good situation, not everything made yet. And I feel like maybe with the 22 point, I don't think we're missing any cubes or anything. I think everything's fine here, but it's not looking good for Richard. 4-3, probably giving up the 8, covering and slotting the next point. Anna should be able to make it home now. Maybe she's pausing to think about the cube, thinking that she would lose her market if she gets to safety, but I don't think so. I think still having to fill in the 4 point against the 22 point anchor leaves plenty of contact. And I don't think the race is so bad that Richard can't take. 3-1. There's some 2 duplication if we keep going. It would be nice to spend a 6-5 spare, but I think this is probably worth a little more. Rolling forward. Double 3 should solve some problems. We can... Yeah, clearing the midpoint seems nice. It is tempting to think about playing 7-4 with 2 of them. Yeah, okay, actually I like this quite a bit because the indirects, there's 2 plots in board, gives us a lot of ways to make the 4 naturally. Sure. This should work, and the threat of making the 4 should be enough to send a cube, and I think Richard should still have a take.
He's now got enough racing equity. Especially
1, 2, 3. We'll see what he thinks.
105. Race is very close. This is pretty much a level race. I mean, it looks an easy take to guarantee is pretty much 0.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely cube to reship if he does get hit.
Yeah. You don't tend to be too efficient of recubes in these kinds of games. Either you just take it over completely, but I mean, if he
There's a
escapes with
value-
sixes,
there's a
maybe.
value in the consideration. Yeah,
Threes gets to close the 4-point.
very nice.
And I suppose probably lift the block to the 8 and avoid the 6-2. But 8 to 5 is reasonable as well.
6-2 is fine, it's not from the bar.
The distribution does look a little awkward here, but I think everything plays. All right, counting on that 22-point anchor contact now. 5s and 3s are the awkward numbers, and she finds both of them.
Only one
Yeah, that's how you're gonna play it. There we go. Yeah.
It's going to clear the 7-point, which wouldn't be advisable.
Actually, clearing the 7-point looks interesting. I didn't see that.
Yeah. Yeah, nice priming.
Same idea. I think, yeah, with our opponent about to crack, though, we don't want to let him out with double 4s or anything like that. War 1. Free 1 should clear safely somehow. I think this could be right. The distribution looks a little bit better after 7 to 6, 7 to 4. And it brings 2 checkers in instead of 1.
Also ahead in the rest.
So even though it makes a gap, it makes it a little more like some shot leading numbers. A lot of times that can be worth it. 4-2, this is looking awkward. I think the 2 wants to come in, and then the 4 to the ace, I suppose. But 6 to 2 seems fine too. I guess all our sets work really well. We just do it that way, so yeah, sure. 6s are a problem now. Richard loses another point in board. 5-3 gets to clear. You just needed enough of those to make them not awkward. And a 6-5 is going to run at least once. Apparently, we think the race is close enough to just capitalize on that. I don't see her getting attacked if she just runs all the way. Yeah. Maybe I would stay back for some contact. All right. Catching up in the race some. I don't know if it's enough to really be putting pressure on. All right. 4 more checkers off, so that's going to take any recube sort of consideration away here. And Anna should just be hanging on to 5 away, 8 away. Yeah, that's it. All right, we're down to 5 and 6 on the bank. Okay, only 2 more points on there too. We are halfway there though. I feel the time pressure coming. I think it's going to happen. Or 2 gets to make the 4-point. 8 away, 5 away. Yeah, some adjustment at the score too. Not major, but some cubes that should be coming early from Richard. 5-1 can split. And 6-3. Maybe it just wants to run. I don't think it wants to split and leave the blot on the 10 with all the indirects to hit it, but maybe they're duplicated with the shots on the bar. More contact this way too. I don't know, my instinct would just be to go all the way. 5-2 can't quite reach. So she's going to go for the tempo on the ace. Okay. And the 2 can step up 24 to 22. Make a bid for some sort of advanced anchor at least. 5 in, 6 probably just cleans up the blot from the 10. It could come out, leave deuces. I guess there's not a whole lot of risk in that. So maybe 20 to 14 is okay here, actually. I don't mind it. Really don't mind cleaning up and putting an extra spare on the 4 either, though. Double 5s. Can't hit anything, so we can make the ace and the 3. We can come out like this if we're ahead enough in the race where this makes sense. I'm not sure. Maybe I'd rather use 2 to make the 3 point after this too instead of making the ace. It's a little stronger to beat.
Yeah.
2021.
6-1. Can't move the blot on the 18. Can't really make too much productive. Maybe we just need to hit. Because even after we play the 6, we don't have a safe ace to play. We're going to leave a direct. Oh, he can clean up 2 this way. Okay, he can clean up with the ace and play 10 to 4. Quiet's an option, but he's probably down in the race, so maybe it's just better to play 10 to 3. That would be my idea here. Five one gets to hit and cover. I think we want to cover the ace there instead of just leaving it break the 8. But I would have been hit. 4s gets to make the 9 point, beautiful, and probably one more spare down there. Anna can escape to safety. Okay, she's going to go for the blitz instead, though. The leading scores is a little less desirable. I think I would just leave the single shot and try to get home, but I guess it depends what the race is like. If she's down, then this makes a lot more sense. Ace-6 fans, okay. 5 away, 8 away. It's going to be tough to send a Gaminish cube like this. I think she's going to have to wait off and probably get to 2 good territory. Not worth a lot, but she's just going to whip it over, okay. And I think there's enough wins and counterplay here for Richard to stay in this one. Looks like a lot of structure to me, but I don't really know what the race is like. Maybe it's just too bad of a race to play out at all, and it's just the wins that are really the primary factor here. Yeah, he's going to let it go. 119 to... Yeah, I think she was ahead in the race a little bit, not a ton. Okay, 4 away, 8 away. 1 point at a time. Two one should slot. Ooh, that one was quick. 4 gets to hit. 5 comes down for another spare on the 8. Another active builder. Four in, 6 hits on the 5. Two in and 6 can pop out past. Don't want to leave a double shot by playing down or anything like this. But there are going to be a lot of hidden covers on the bar with 6s and such. 3 gets to cover, and then, I mean, I don't think we want to make the 2 point on head. Much better to make the 5 point. And I expect the 4 just splits with this. Leaves a lot of good jokers for Anna, but I think it's the time to do it with a slightly better board. 4-3 might be supposed to hit twice here on the high points. We could also, yeah, go to the ace like this, but I don't really mind 8 to 4, 8 to 3 either. with a weaker board. Try to fight for those and prevent them from making an advanced anchor as well. 5-3 enters both. Five can cover, and well, I guess 5 should just make the anchor with the lead in the race, but there's no ace. Yeah, what do we do? Oh, we could just play 8-2 without hitting. That's an interesting idea with a racing lead and weaker board too. 5 hits, ace hits again, I do believe. And I wonder on certain sort of entries, this could be cube territory already at 808 4-way. Not going to get a whole lot of recubes out of Anna here. 2 anchors, that's helpful. Can't get blitzed anymore. But what is the race here? I guess they both have 3 back. Anna has really weak structure and he has really good structure. So yeah, I would just cube on the strength of that pretty quickly. This could make the bar point an anchor or it could make the 4 point. I think the 4 point's probably a little more valuable here. That's another tough call though. I don't really feel like desperate to have an anchor. But yeah, it seems like this structural advantage should be pretty persistent, which makes me want, as Richard, to send the cube. Maybe this is even enough to pass now, having a deep anchor against an advanced anchor and on the roof still. Not a lot of material in the zone to threaten right now, so still some splitting potential and things like that. But yeah, I would really like him to at least activate it right here, I think. Hopefully I'm not thinking way crazy aggressively here. I don't think I would send this for money, I guess. It still feels like playable. It just feels like an enough advantage and enough gammons at this score to send it. If I wouldn't send it for money, then I should be willing to take it as Anna, but maybe I should think about whether or not. It probably is a strong cube for money because of the made ace as well. It's just like really anti-positional for Anna. Yeah, so I kind of like actually passing here, the more I think about it. 4-way, 7-way. Six four. So with this kind of match lead, I like just running. But I think she's going to make that thinking that 4 away is the prominent feature here. She wants to win a gammon for the match. Or maybe that's just the play she's most comfortable with. 5-3 makes a point as well. 4-1. I think this would like to play down and split. We like to challenge that 8 point to keep it from comfortably making the 5 or the 4 after it gets split like that. Yeah, not under so much blitzing threat that we need to keep the 24 point either. 5-3, we've already seen that one. Hits in the outfield this time. Oh, he must not see that it hits on the 9. We'll see if he finds that with some time reviewing, or is he just going to overlook it? That's unfortunate. Easy to miss those sometimes. 4-2 is going to be happy to switch the 8 for the 4 now that we made the 2 point. I think, interesting, she wants to make the 9 point instead. This feels like a priming and positional kind of play when we've already made a deep point, so I think we just want board points in a game like this. Double 5s, I guess it's going to be forced to blitz. Not very comfortable though. And then 13-3. Looks like he's going to go with the slot instead. Okay, stay a little more pure. Yeah, the upside isn't that great, and getting hit is really a big problem. Oh, making the anchor is very good against this position. I think the cube could have been coming otherwise, but this looks playable for Anna now. Three gets the cover, 6 can split out. Really needs the back checkers working here. When you go for blitzes like this, you end up overrun very quickly. So it gets very urgent to start moving your back checkers. 4 point board is protecting against the attacks for the most part too, but plenty of hit and covers for the 5 for Anna. That is not one of them. what can she do? She could make the 3-point and leave the ace shot. I doubt there's going to be much better than that. She could also go for a double tiger play here, hit on the bar and the ace, but it just feels too rich, yeah. Yeah, I think I like this. I think we got to reduce shots here. That leaves the ace in the 3-4. Yeah, so if we do this, what do we have other than the hit on the ace? Feels a little too big. That was illegal. And also worse for her. So I should probably go tell her. Do they notice that? Yeah, hold on. Sweet. So they determined that the cube action happened before we noticed any illegal play. So because another action happened after the move stands. Anna was saying while we were out there too, she figured she probably was passing the cube either way. so maybe no different there, but we had to figure out what the ruling was. Too bad I couldn't get out there and catch it before they noticed it, but obviously just an oversight, you know. Frustrating that stuff like that happens. I always feel like on like the intent or honor system or something like that, just rewind it because it's such a clear oversight, you know, but I don't really know. I don't know what information Anna has gained by realizing that she was going to receive a cube on an illegal play, you know. I don't know. That one could use some other kind of ruling. Just transcribers at every board to never allow an illegal move to occur. I think I like the tempo hitting the step up. 4 away, 6 away. Richard's still clawing back, but at a time disadvantage, and I think he's going to want to hit the second one here. Oh, he makes the 9 instead. That could be right, but putting 2 up is pretty nice and fighting for a high point at the same time. Oh, hey, Jeff.
Hey, Nick.
You can help me out?
Yeah, do you need a little
Oh, please do.
sparring partner for...
Yeah, this is actually like a pretty long match so far. I think we're in 2.5 hours into this one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is this, who is this?
Anna Parker is playing the dark checkers on bottom, and Richard Halverson on top. And they have, it's 4 away, 6 away.
Okay.
Richard is a little under 3 minutes on the clock, and I think Anna's in the 4s maybe or
Wow.
something like that.
Well,
So
Anna was my doubles partner in Gibraltar.
Yeah, okay, awesome.
So, I'm familiar with Anna's play. She's a strong player, actually.
Yeah. It's been pretty good stuff so far. 5-1 gets the hit, okay. And maybe with 4 back we can have cubes coming here, but he hasn't made any board points, so not a ton of threat.
A nice pride.
Doesn't even think about the second anchor, just steps up for mobility, knows he needs to get those checkers working. Could be true. Looks like she has decent timing here though too.
Who's the opponent?
Sorry?
Who's the opponent?
Richard Halverson?
Okay.
He just had a fun illegal move ruling too.
Okay.
I tried to get out there to correct it, but the cube had already come. So
Oh, no,
another
I think-
action had happened, so it means the move stands.
I think the 3 was stepping up to the 20 point there.
Yeah, I think I
Got
do
it.
like that 3 better too. Yeah, be on a high point. We do create more ways to build the 5 point comfortably, so it does have that downside. But yeah, threatening to send a 5th checker back to get around, the race must be really good. The contact is still very strong here with no board points and no clear path to making the 5 point, right? So, tricky one here. I wouldn't mind to see a cube, but it's probably a little weak. Ace 6 could be, I mean, that's going to be strong, going to bring around the bend, brings another builder. I don't know how much that changes with the cube action, though. 4-3 doesn't make any second anchor.
I think I'd be coming up again on that onto that 20, but it. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if we want more contact. I think she's got plenty of timing, is my thing, so I think maybe we just want to sit
maybe
back
we're
and
not-
wait.
Yeah.
Here comes the cube now, and the contact, there must be more gammons than usual, but the contact looks very good here. Yeah, so I think I like the take. Open 5 point is a bit of a liability. Oh, okay. Cube is well timed. It looks like it's going to make the 5 and the 3 point. And now there's some real gammon danger.
Yeah, and it's going to need to try and get that second anchor, I think. To
Yeah, needs it too quickly.
oh,
There
go.
it is.
2 of them.
Easy peasy.
Slot the 5 and come down.
I love it. I guess we can play safe a couple ways. Why not? Usually we don't want to put a checker on a point that we want to clear, so maybe making the 11's a little better there. I don't know.
Yeah, 7 away from the.
Yeah. Nothing to do to mobilize the extra checker on the 21, so yeah, I think the midpoint should go. Maybe both down to
Yeah.
maintain the timing. I don't know if we want to be hit with an ace right here.
I'm on the same page as you, though, Nick. I think.
Yeah.
So now you can make the 11.
Yeah, and you can shift the spare 10 to 7, I suppose. Prepare to clear from back there. I feel like the harder point to clear is the 10, so I'd rather prepare for
Yeah.
that one instead of putting spares on it. 3 still cannot, needs a 6 or 4 to get that one extra checker moving. Still has a little time for it, but that is a big key to Anna's game plan here. Alright, well now 6-2 is going to clear that point safely at least. Maybe I would take 2 off the 10 here.
Yeah,
instead.
I mean that was a nice one to have in the back, 7 away.
Yeah, I don't think we really need to do anything about that point.
The question is now, if you look, Nick, how is he going to play a 5?
Yeah, poorly. It's not going to be fun. Double 2s, though. Yeah, now we stack up another point we're looking to clear. And we still don't get any new 5s. So it rates to be a pretty awkward ride home, yeah. I'm not really sure how
Things
getting
like 5-3 and 5,
Yeah.
any 5 really.
I don't see how putting a spare on the 3 really helps our game either. So
No.
I think I would rather just play 7 to 5 with that. The only thing it seems to create is a playable 2, but we all somewhat obviously have a bunch of playable 2s already, right?
That looks like another even numbers again, 4-2.
Clears a point though, so it's good set of even numbers.
True.
5-3. Anna's probably slotting the 2 here. It would be nice to make the bar. I think it's worse to put the extra checker on the ace. Stay in order.
Something like 5-4 now or 6-5 is going to be pretty awful.
Yeah. 6-2, however, works just fine. 2 checkers in. An ace would fix that 5 dilemma, but he hasn't been able
Yeah.
to find one of those.
Needs to put one on the 6 point really.
Yeah.
If he can.
6-3. I think we don't run off any anchor yet, but reasonable time to. Okay. I mean, I don't mind it too much.
Yeah,
I
with
feel
the
like we
blot
have
on the
space,
1
though.
point as well, it's probably not.
Yeah. All right, there we go. There's the ace and the 4 to cover,
Yeah.
or the 4 in, but maybe I'd like to have the ace covered for that blot on the 4 point, just like we talked about. It looks like he's thinking about hitting.
And they're both in the medical profession, I believe, because Anna's a radiologist and
Oh, okay.
Richard's a doctor.
I didn't know that.
I believe so. So one of them will be requiring treatment after this match, I suppose.
Feels like a lot of doctors play our game. 12 to 7, 6 to 5 is my preferred play here. I think we'd rather make the
But
bar than the deep
I
blind,
was
but-
going to say I may not stay there.
I don't mind getting some timing being pointed on if that's how it goes, I don't think. But, I mean, you could be right. Yeah, maybe we don't want to let that happen.
There's a 5, but now it doesn't matter now. He's got a 5 to play. He doesn't want to roll
Yeah.
it again, though.
Right. The next 6-5 hurts a little worse.
Whoops.
All
There's
right.
2 of them.
We got plenty of space for that.
Yeah.
Can slot the ace or play around from the back.
Yeah. That's nice.
And this actually makes the gammon risk go way down.
And
too.
threes aren't great either, 5s and 3s. But
Yeah.
of course, it's refusing to roll.
Well, this
anything
isn't that
to
strong
set
either.
even numbers.
Yep, no checkers off still. And yeah, mostly a forced move.
Yeah. I never know whether to do an Amiga split with a 2 here or stay where I am. Not that I have that
yeah.
decision to make.
I think it makes some sets work a lot better. I
It
don't think I'd be
blocks
ready for it
fours.
yet, but
Here we go. No.
beautiful shot. Okay. Surviving. Doesn't need to run. Oh, there's your amoeba split. I actually don't mind it there.
What
I don't
was it?
think
No, well, yeah, because you've got 1s and you've got 3s.
6-5, 6-4, 5-4 all improved, but you give the 3-1 and aces and 3s
Yeah.
up, so yeah.
I think I would have had to have counted the shots before deciding, but
I still wouldn't have known because it's hard to see like there's added value in keeping the 23 later.
Yes.
Too, right? Yeah. Looks like he took an ace off, and I think pre-clearing the point makes a lot of sense too. If we're gonna roll a bad number, we might as well get rid of the point while we do it instead of risking that 6-5, 6-4, 5-4.
yeah,
You know.
3s and 1s are going to be your do not roll list, I
Yeah.
guess. Okay, well now it's going to be 6-5,
okay.
6-4, 5-4.
3-1
Well, that's got
maintains the
timing.
board.
Yeah,
It gets stuck behind the prime.
okay, and there we
There's
go.
a 6-5. 3 to turn it all around.
Last chance.
And it's not an unreasonable recube here, even though it's for the match if she hits. Okay. It looks like a money recube. I don't know if you would do it at this score. You'd have
Yeah,
to think
I
about the
don't.
6 away, 2 away. Maybe it's too. Yeah, it's probably too easy to take. Probably hasn't
You
lost.
mean
her mark
before
yet.
the hit?
After the hit.
I was gonna. I was gonna say that was being a bit optimistic, Nick.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe another chance.
Yeah. Not if we roll an ace. Probably just rip here. Make her leave. You might win a gammon still.
2-1. What is it? 1-1?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I like this play.
Yeah. Oh. Well, the alternative is to hit and take 2 off.
Yeah.
Or to hit, you wouldn't hit and make the 2 point. That's 2 safe. I think
so.
I'd rip 4 off.
I think I like 4 off as well. But now that you point it out that way, 2 checkers and 1 in the air, they're not that different. And it's a lot safer, I guess.
It is
I don't
safer.
really know.
Yeah.
But I mean, Anna's going to have to leave so often here anyway that there's not a lot of rolls that can maintain the board and stay for contact still.
Did you say he only had 3 minutes on his clock?
He is
Wow.
down to 30 some seconds thinking about this one. Yep.
Okay.
Anna points out, be careful of your clock. Yeah.
What's your roll? 5, 1.
Yeah. I would not. It feels like the kind of match that could be decided
Ah.
by
tell you what,
clock troubles. Yeah.
He's going to really welcome the gammon then. 'Cause oh
Yeah.
dear. Double
She's going to need a
then.
set, huh?
Oh, double 3 works.
Yeah. 3s are better. 4 away is a fun score. 2's not
Wrong
quite enough.
double. Yeah, that was unfortunate for Anna.
Yeah.
But it's 4 away, 2 away, Nick.
Yep, 31 seconds on the clock. See if Anna knows this one. I was actually just talking to Dan Revere out there about 4 away, 2 away, and the most aggressive cube I'm aware of. And so now if she gets that opening, hopefully she remembers it. What I showed on the board was if she opens with a 6-3 split and her opponent misses with a 4-3, that's enough for a cube.
That's enough for a cube, right?
Yeah, which is like absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, but yeah.
I mean, you know, people talk about giving you a difficult cube decision to perhaps make your opponent pass
Yeah.
sometimes, and
She gets a 4-3.
that's yeah. Okay.
So if he splits, this should be a cube. If he chooses to play down, but a point is of course better. So she needs an advantage here. Double
Like
aces
that?
might be enough. Yeah, yeah.
I think I'd split and make the 9.
I like it.
And now I would consider.
Yeah, this should be a cube.
I think I would be cubing, although, yeah,
Pretty trivial.
especially if you split our cube. Yeah, well done, Anna. Anna's good, like, you know, she knows that sort of. Well, a lot of us know about the 2 away, 4 away.
Yeah.
I think it's a comfortable take. Well,
Yeah.
to take. Right, need something. Oh, I've made the bar, I guess.
22 doesn't look too bad either.
Yeah, 20. But again, you're on the attack. I think that's more of a. Oh, okay. I would make the bar because you're not given a direct shot.
Yeah, there's a decent number of indirects. The 1625, 2635, and it's not so much better of a priming point. So
Yeah.
I think I kind of like her play.
Although it would have backfired, as it has done this weekend, whenever I try and make something.
Yeah.
Okay, so giving Anna a 6. I mean, that's, you know, at this score.
5
That's-
2 points on head. Beautiful.
Yeah, stepping up like that. With the 6 as well, as a second checker, if things go wrong. Which,
So he's going to lift and try to avoid the
yeah,
gammons.
so 6s and 5s, 2s and 1s, or 2.
I think it's worth the loose hit. Could just make the 9
I
as well.
think make the 9 and come in onto the 6, possibly.
This probably wins more gammons, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought about it. I don't know how much time Anna's got.
She's got plenty over 4 minutes, but sometimes when your opponent has very little time, you start playing really fast,
Just
thinking you're
to-
going to make
just
them
to-
time
yeah.
out. Yeah.
Okay, so
5 has to cover, the 3 doesn't feel
really
so
has to
great,
come
but sure.
down, yeah.
Yeah. Big swing on a 6 or a 3 here. If you
Yeah.
can't do that, then Anna's still in great shape.
Oh, that's
5-4 comes around at least. Okay. That's not a bad roll.
well, the 4's not great.
Still a lot of gammons
Okay.
available here.
No, 6-1, 6-3. 1, 2.
think I want to hit on the ace here and try to secure that gammon and not let him make any more progress. Running can be okay too.
I would have, if I was going to do that, I might have come into the 5 and just split to the 20.
Yeah, that's an option. It's a good time while he's busy with that blot behind them.
Yeah.
So if he
Can't
covers,
do
he
that.
doesn't have much for aces. Yeah, he's realizing he doesn't have time to think though, so he's making faster plays.
Is this the time? Can you slot the bar?
I'm not sure why we would. I don't think priming feels like the
Yeah.
play. It just makes the sixes even better.
I suppose with the block.
6-2 can run to a double shot or he can run out and cover. I don't know if he wants to be on the bar though. But he's just going
Yeah.
to try the simple game. Okay.
This is risky.
Yeah, 4s and 1s are huge. He gets the 4. I'm all in with the 6 down as well.
You can come out or you can come down. You could, now you would go all in. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit different when they're on the bar, is it? Because there's no way you can cover that block on the 2 either.
Yeah. 2 in, the 4 gets to cover.
Here we go.
And
2s and
Anna
3s.
is blasting away. I guess she could make the 6 prime, maybe that's better, but I was just thinking of 6s and 5s hitting. Yeah, she's got plenty of time to get the gammon, so she can make the 6 prime
I
and
would
play
make the
10 to
6
5.
prime and,
Yeah.
and try and pick up another checker later, but
I don't think you even need another checker later. You just need to,
close out.
yeah, hit very quickly
Ooh.
from here before he has too much time to move freight. Like this is still 7 and it's like 25 should be like 50% gammon's probably over if he doesn't make any more progress from here.
Okay. Oh, you're doing the pips outside the,
Yeah.
if he was closed out. Yeah.
But this is
Yeah.
pretty good for gammon saving for him to get a whole nother roll here, especially if he gets to hit. So we
Anna
could go to
doesn't
the
wanna
other
come in
plan.
on a 1 or anything. Really.
4 just comes in.
Okay. Ouch. Oh, it doesn't do it. Okay.
Wants to keep the prime and keep her on the board. Okay. Hope she rolls something awkward, like a 5.
That's
4 and
nice.
3 is pretty nice. Yeah, I guess again he still has it closed out with 6 outside. Call it 3 pips each is like 18. Should be
Yeah,
I'll
23% maybe.
I'll call it like 35%.
Oh, okay. I just doubled the pips.
Oh,
And
he
add 5.
brought another one in and dropped another 3 off, so that should drop it down into the high 20s.
Yeah.
But yeah, the formula I know is the first 8 pips is worth 10% gammons.
I'm
then-
familiar. Yeah.
Every 4 pips after that is another 10% gammons, but you have to account for wastage as well. So like currently he has 7 pips outside, but they're going to play more like probably an average of 3 pips I've found each. So I'd call that 15 pips outside and do my calculations from
Okay.
there.
The way this is looking though, Nick, there is a possibility to pick. I was going to say to pick up a second checker.
That feels like the more likely way to do it
The
now.
more like, but now, do you want to come in? I'm not sure if you do.
What is he do? Oh, he's just
He
30 seconds.
he
still.
hit and pointed.
Yeah. Trying to figure out what his time is at.
He needs yeah.
Starting to move quick. Yeah, 3-4 is not what she was looking for.
No.
Could be some
Although-
cracking rolls here though.
Yeah.
That'll let her out more often, but no blots. So
That
6-1, beautiful. Just having one in the outfield is huge here. Nothing can really go wrong from here.
Richard hasn't really. It's not like he's checkers. He's going to be leaving a shot very easily.
No.
He's
I
got-
think I actually like her coming out here and preparing
I
to
agree.
hit on the ace if there's a blot around.
I'd come out with the 4 and come down with the 6.
Yeah, I like that too.
suppose.
But I don't see a lot of shot levers she's going to get right now by staying on the 3 or a lot of problems
No,
she's
I-
creating. So, yeah. Not sure what we're going for now.
She's thinking. I think that's wrong actually. I think
Yeah, it
6
is.
comes to a white point. if I
Yeah.
remember right.
Yeah. Maybe not a big enough deal though.
Oh, I can see a clock now. It's 3 minutes or something, and like you say, 30 seconds for Richard.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, there's the blot to chase
Well,
after.
I don't think I would have. I mean, it's difficult really. Maybe it was better to pile up everything on the clear the 6 point to stop Anna from.
Yeah.
from
I think switching 5 to 3 is probably a little better, but I agree that we
Yeah.
don't want to leave a blot on board.
now
This
Anna's
is good.
going to hit now if she gets the opportunity.
She does not. And Richard will get a chance to clean up.
If you roll something like 6-4, that's going to be a bad roll.
It's taken a lot of time to try to figure out these little distribution things, which I don't think are very big.
No,
I don't know. Maybe the goal is to lull our opponent to sleep.
6-4, 6-5 is off. That's not great.
Nope. We get to cover something. Okay.
2s and 3s.
3 gets loose. Exactly what she was looking for.
Yeah.
And she will try not to cover here if she can avoid it. That's a good roll to not cover with. She should anyway. She really wants to be recirculated with the ace, and I don't think it's big enough risk with such a broken board anyway. I think it's worth leaving around like this
Well,
and trying to win the gammon for the match.
It jumps your match winning equity up by about 35%, doesn't it, if they get a second checker back?
Yep, ace is beautiful. 4 gets to clean up one of the blots, and Anna's shooting at an ace now. Try to win a gammon for the match. And she gets it.
Okay.
Huge swing on that. Nothing to do with the 3 down. And she would be happy to close out now. Really needs to attack on the ace as well. Oh, he gets the anchor. Okay. So now she might need some trap plays to figure out how to win a gammon here. And she does look to have the time to do it. Maybe she can just wait on the bar for a while for Richard to crack even more would be the best plan to get there. Deuce is going to crack. Wow. So picking up a 3rd checker is one way to do it. Or just letting him get down to a nothing board is fine too.
Do you know the gammon chances for 3 on the 1 point?
I don't remember that one, but I want to. It's probably similar to 2 closed out. I would think. I think a little bit less though.
I think is it 35% or something? I can't even remember myself. Okay. 2 on the bar is 15, is it? Then it jumps to 30 or 35.
Foreign seems fine. Though we want the covers outside, we want to open up a 6 and let him run at some point. And so maybe keeping more in the outfield is a little better there. I don't know.
So you're
That's
definitely
the-
playing the trap play here.
I think I'm looking for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't see. I mean, it's
Yeah.
already down to a 3-point board. So 5s is not going to allow that. Yeah, I think you want to bring 2 to the deuce instead of being hit on a 6. But so we kind of get forced into a trap
Yeah.
play here. Not the prettiest of them either. But it can work still. No 6, but the deuce comes out. Okay. There's still versions of it when she comes in, takes a checker off, and he has to run with 1-6, and then we close out. 5 here. I'm going for all of it. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, those 2
Not
on the
worried
2
about
point
distribution.
don't help, but no.
And I want to keep my prime as long as possible too. The other way is just to keep him in trouble being able to run those checkers around. 5-2 can take. No, I like 2 off, but it looks really risky. But I mean, what's going to go wrong? You're going to leave a shot and then be against a 2-point board. Who cares? So I love this
okay,
play.
yeah,
I think so.
Good call. Because it keeps you bored as well, like you say.
Yeah.
Well, now you just want to see a small number somewhere.
I think we're very likely to leave a shot sooner than later, but that's fine. I think we can survive.
Yeah, no, it was good. I mean,
Yeah.
that was really good aggressive play by Anna.
I like it, yeah. Ooh, force the split without being able to run too. Okay, there's a lot of ways that we can attack and pick up some checkers, pick and pass kind of stuff. Maybe not a lot, but 6s works for winning a gammon too. Needs to fade a 3. If she does, she should be a big favorite to win the gammon.
Oh, now do you?
I don't know if he wants to keep contact or not,
Yeah.
but I guess you might as well spend it that way since we haven't wasted any pips to do it. I don't see a lot of attacking rolls for her. I think she doesn't need to hit to go for it here.
No.
So I would just play the ace first and peel and be even with checkers.
I mean, that's a good one though, isn't it? Because you do take a roll off. If she rolls a 1, how confident are you that you're going to win the game?
Yeah, not.
Tricky.
Only 5 crossovers for him, so maybe he's supposed to just go here. I wouldn't want to waste 2 pips.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would have come
But-
out. I think.
Just get some shots here on a lot of numbers. 3-2 is one of them. I think we just take 2 off. Yep.
Are you going to hit with something like 2-1?
Close.
You've got to.
5-4 is forced to run. And yeah, this looks like a pretty fair fight. No, he's gonna need her to roll an ace if he doesn't roll a set, so never mind. And then still has to perform.
Yeah. Wow.
And all right, wins a gammon for the match. And that'll be Anna advancing to the semifinals, which I think we'll probably play before dinner still. And of course, Richard gets to continue on in the one-loss bracket. Some more backgammon to come. We're going to take a short break. And I think be back with more soon. We'll see. We'll see how we do this.
Hey, good afternoon. Nick Blazier has been given a break, and I'm Jeff Hall. I'm with Dan Rivera.
Hi, folks.
And we've been caught out to commentate on this quarter-final Super Jackpot match between Kat Bucher, who is playing with the black checkers at the top, and James Newman, who will be playing with the white checkers, playing from the bottom. And Daniel's my doubles partner. We're still in. And so we'll see how often we disagree, Dan.
See how we get on with
yeah.
these decisions in the match. 11 points, yeah. So yeah, should be a good matchup.
Both strong players. And obviously Nick, a strong commentator. We've got a lot to follow here, Dan. So
Let's see how we get on.
let's see how we get on. Yeah. Hopefully they're ready to start shortly.
Are you ready? Okay.
They're just being given the go-ahead.
Handshake, cordial,
Off we go.
and here we go.
Oh, they're looking for the dice by the look of it.
No dice. There they are.
Hopefully they're reasonable colours, Dan, so that we can see the rolls.
Just
They look
about,
okay.
yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay, boxes. Okay, 2 points.
Yeah, 3 ways to play that opening 6-4.
And followed up. Okay, very good. Now right to split against a 2-point anchor there.
Everything seems correct. Okay, that's a nice roll. Well, at least 2 are coming out. And then you decide what you do with the
Do
other
the
2.
other 2, yeah. Whether you give the ace shot to make both bars. I think it
do.
looks right. Good builders there for the 5 and 4 point.
Important hit there.
I know. Get a lot of returns here from the bar. Okay, hitting again on the 5. I think.
Yeah, you haven't got
I'm
a
not
lot
going to
of
leave a
choice.
double shot. And here, you know, with a dance, well, not many dances, but double 4 plays.
Just make the 9 point. That's nice structure.
It's good.
Pretty even game now.
Okay, 5 and hit off the front. Don't want black escaping for last checker. Okay, excellent reply from Cat there. So, looks like black's got the edge now. White's hasn't really got that much timing to hold the bar point.
No, I think he's going to step up at least to the 21, if not the 20.
I think with a
Gives the
strong,
most contact.
yeah, with a stronger home board, you can invite contact, and black might be reluctant to hit loose in this case with a 6-2. Won't hit on the 5. So black's pretty inflexible on the structure. Could
Well, we're making a 4 point with 2 of them. I guess I'm just slotting and coming in on the 5. Yeah, that's odd.
looks good. Build the board. Wait for shots.
Whoops.
6 plus another number. Black could be leaving some shots. White's got a stronger board.
That just comes down.
That's nice. Gives 3 builders. That's 9 points making rolls roughly on the 5 point.
Okay.
I think you
3-1.
like staying back here. James is considering if you make the 20 point, depends on the race actually, but you lose all your contact if you move off that 24 point.
That's right. Black's got bad roll. 6-3, for instance, plays badly.
No, 6-3 is not bad.
Oh yeah, makes a point actually. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
you're right
6
though. There are some bad
So
sixes.
there are some bets. Yeah.
6-2, 6-1.
Yeah. So you definitely want to stay back and hope for a shot.
So the question is, if you do that, do you just play 8-4 because then you are moving one of those. I guess you're going to run the 20 checker rather than the 24 checker if you can.
Yeah.
I think
so.
I like that.
Yeah, you give yourself 20 numbers to make for 5 board.
Okay, so Kat's thinking.
Looks a little early for a Q with those bad rolls. What do you think, Jeff, by this one?
I think it is. He's only got a 2 point board. I mean, there are some market losers. I think this is possibly a little bit early. I mean, he's got. See, that's not too bad, but
6-5 gives you
that is
another
a
point
good
in
racing
board.
number. I think I'd be running off the 20 now if I can.
Yeah.
But you can't. So
But now, do you make the board here? Stay back, or do you just protect against potential gammons? You know, we're getting.
well, the problem is now the cubes to it is that if you don't make the 20, you haven't got any other checkers to move next go.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
the
yeah.
20 and the 18 don't work particularly well together, but you are still trapping these checkers on the 13 point, on the midpoint.
That's right. You usually don't want two anchors that are so closely placed together, do you?
No. Okay, you got the timing
Well,
to
you
keep
know,
them back.
But here, White's going to have some problems now. You know, could be leaving
Yeah.
shots here, coming off.
So now the question is, which one do you run off?
I think you like the contact with a midpoint, don't you? So
The problem is, if you run off the 20, you're blocked. And
I guess you
yeah.
have to, don't you? You can't leave a double shot, otherwise.
that makes the 1 point if he wants.
Yeah.
Okay, still a bit of.
You know, White's still got contact value in a position. Okay. Now he goes. Yeah. Also, you know, gives him a good 6 to play that in.
Well, that's a
Double
nice,
4, basically.
it's almost a nice roll. You wish you could play.
It's slightly awkward for Black. I don't think you leave a shot here against White's home board. I mean, that looks a bit dangerous.
The thing is, you destroy your own board, and then you've got to bring those 5 checkers in. Yeah, that was tricky. I mean,
you don't like the gaps, but it's better than leaving the shot for sure.
James is probably going to. I mean, if you split, you gain with things like. Do you gain? Okay, there's a lot of bad numbers here.
4-2. Okay, right. What's that? I can't.
Looks like a double. Looks like 3-1. Well, I know he would have played it by now, I think. It might be double 3.
We've got a bit of glare on the dice there.
Yeah.
Okay,
was
just
double three.
about played.
Well, Cat's managing to stop James from giving James a shot at the moment.
That's
Gonna
it.
have
But
one
next time we've got a lot being odd on that point. A lot, you know, 2 big numbers and. Number of bad shots here.
That's not one of them. That's a nice roll.
Okay, that solves that problem, but just shows how awkward it is having those gaps there.
Yeah, Cat did well to bring those in, really, leaving very few shots, if any. I mean, James is considering now he's only going to get a shot with a 6-5 here.
That's
Then
right.
he's got to roll a 1. Is it worth just coming out and having maybe a few percent chance on a race.
I mean, he still has race equity
Yeah,
here.
he
I
has
mean,
a
one double, and he's back in it. I mean, one.
He's probably around. It's probably single figures, but I would guess he's 7 or 8%
Probably
to win the race.
it's not a great deal, but he's waiting for
See,
the
the
6-5
thing is now,
shot.
if Cat rolls 2-1 or 3-1, he's going to hit and.
Now he's got 4
Slow him
rolls
down.
though, 6-1, 5-1. So now it's probably worth staying.
Well, you've got to
for
stay
4
now.
shots, yeah.
Um,
You know, this is
okay.
okay. 60 is fine, and
So-
then that's the end of this game pretty much.
So 2-0 to Cat by the looks of it.
Cat takes a 2-0 lead. Yeah.
I think James will just want to take one off, and then unless he rolls a double here, I think he'll be resetting the checkers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well there you go. Maybe he won't be. Still chances. Not now though. Yeah, quite an aggressive double by Cat, I think, but it paid dividends.
Yeah. 11 away, 9 away, so about 40%.
I'm not even going to work
winning
it out yet.
chances. Something like 40%. I think, was it Julie says about 5% for every game.
Okay.
Something like that. Okay, excellent there. Makes 2 new points. Starts a prime.
And I mean, the last game, Cat is a BMAP player, and if you play at BMAP, then you know that you tend to, when in doubt whether to cube, you tend to throw it over so that XG doesn't keep
Ping you for
for
one.
repeated
He-
mixed doubles. And I think that was evident last game when Cat was, put a quite an aggressive cube, which could have been correct. I'm not saying it was wrong, but
A good couple of
yeah.
rolls there from Cat to escape that prime there. 3-5-8, double 5, which is
you can run round. But
doesn't play that well actually. I mean,
well, you got the choice. You can make the 3 point. That's the other option, is to just and then just come down. I don't know. I haven't really seen what the race is, but you are leaving a lone checker back. But
so Black's trying to contain that last checker there. Leaving 7s to hit. Okay, 5-3. Does he make a run for it here? It's
I
good
think
to
I
know the
would.
race. Yeah.
well, it's
Just leaves a 4 as a direct and some 7s. Okay, that's excellent.
Wow.
Hit as well, makes the 8 point at the same time. So if white enters low, black, could be considering a cube here. Okay.
Again, I think it really depends. Okay, he's going to think. What are we on?
Need to think about the
58,
race.
88, 97, 127 for black, and 59, 89, 99, 127 for white. So they're actually, the race is even.
So black's 4 pips up, effectively being on a roll.
Yeah,
Right.
technically.
Um,
But I think he's looking at
it's
the
not
number of
enough.
rolls that
really.
point on there as well.
Yeah, it's just if he was, if white was on the ace or deuce point, then it'd be a double. But here it's a bit shy at the moment. I can be a bit aggressive with the doubles, so this one is a bit too.
Yeah,
early
I have
on
played.
my-
I am the doubles partner. Yeah, I did know that.
He works ace sometimes.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that wasn't a good roll, 6-3. That was pretty much all that Cat could do there.
okay, white's just going to build the board. Yeah, slot the front, nice. Okay, so here, black.
It's not a nice roll either.
It's not
really.
great either. You don't want to leave a shot here for sure. I mean, you're leaving a direct 6 again.
I'm surprised at that.
I
with
don't.
that.
Yeah, I don't like it here. I think you give 6s. You give.
I think I would have cleared the 7 point, but I don't know. I mean, at some point that he's cleared his awkward 16 point, but he has left
It's.
any 6, 4, 2, 5, 1.
It's very risky. You're leaving a 6 shot, and also White has 5s and 4s to build the board, 6s to hit.
So he's got some 15 numbers, and
And here a hit is pretty fatal. Even though White has a blotting board, it's still
there you go.
okay. So now, I mean, this is going to likely be a double pass after this.
No, it could actually be too good. No, it's too good.
You think it's too good
Mhm.
for me?
I think so. I think you can take
You
a
can
roll.
probably take a
I mean,
Nova. Yeah, Nova. The board's made for sure. Yeah. So a bit unnecessary there to leave a shot. Really.
I think
could've-
Cat was thinking that 16 point was going to be troublesome for him, so he'll get it out of the way now. But he did leave 15 shots, which is
a bit
quite.
too much. Sometimes you just have to make an ugly play, and rather than see the advantage to your opponent. Okay, 5-1.
I think I'd be hitting here, and just going to the 1 point. I mean, this is the alternative. I mean, if you get hit with some, well,
Yeah, hitting off a front, you only leave,
it's fine.
you don't leave much, and then black had a blotting board as well, so you can be a bit more aggressive there. Okay, so now a hit is pretty mandatory. Yeah.
So you've always got the cube if it starts to go wrong,
Yeah.
and at the
Absolutely,
moment
and
it's
now,
gone well.
you can fish with a second checker, with a 6 prime. You could hit off a front, or you could hit with the ace, and then hope to get a second guy.
So again, what James is considering is it's easy to, he can make the 2 point, but if he does do that and that one that he's just moved from his mid gets hit, can he get counter primed? So by bringing that one down, it gives him a little bit more timing.
Yeah, I think I hit and tried to go for a second checker, and then if you enter on the ace point, I mean, you can just always cash it. I mean,
So
I think you've just. Okay, well then.
okay, so it's James is hoping that Cat sort of destroys his board before he gets to the point where he's coming in, and Cat's managing to hold on at the moment.
Yeah.
So this is fine.
Okay, so now he's deciding to hit off a front, hoping that cat rolls a 1.
The only thing with this now is that it doesn't give you that many gammons.
Yeah, the gammons are pretty low in this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
If he close, okay, I was going to say if he closes Cat out. Does Cat realise that he's on the back? Okay, yeah.
Not
Makes
so
a slight
fast, yeah.
Now, this is his best opportunity now.
Yeah, so
if
you
he
want to
closed
be
Cat
hit.
out, he wasn't going to get many gammons. But now, yeah, if you put that on the 1, Cat probably doesn't mind being hit there if he hits him with 1-4 or 1-5 or something.
Okay, so now he should
Perfect.
hit again. Absolutely. Really want to.
It's got flexibility now, and that's a bad roll because Cat didn't want to come in.
Yeah. Sometimes you want to dance, and other times
Yeah.
you don't.
Okay.
2-4, yeah. I mean, White doesn't mind dancing. Okay, good roll for black. Can't play it. Holds a position.
A bit of a stalemate at the moment till one of them comes in. There you go. There's
Okay.
some checkers around.
So here, you know, 5s and 4s, black's going to expose another checker. Okay, well, unless he rolls a 5-4.
Yeah,
of
unless he
course.
rolls them together.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, he'll be glad of that. Yeah, so now black is just, home board is crunching. Very hard to win from these positions when your board starts deteriorating.
All right, he's got a very heavy board, so he's unlikely to give any more shots now. I think probably just go ahead and make the point.
I think so at this point, yeah.
He's going to try and fish for another checker. I think
It's unlikely now with black's formation that it's going to happen. Black needs to roll a lot of 2s to expose another checker. Okay, that's actually a good roll for
Yeah.
cat. Breaks the board, but now has plenty of. And
Okay,
he decides
sorry.
to cash it. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
And they may be taking a break already.
Okay. Wow. So pretty even game. 2 good players. Nothing too complicated. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Cat's just gone for to check. Maybe he's changing his channel. Maybe he's changing his music after that game. But it's the game hasn't gone on for long. It seems.
I wonder what he listens to, Cat, when he plays. Do you think he just has them on with their music?
Yeah, I don't know if he uses them just to cut out the noise from the room, or
Do you wear headphones
No.
when you play?
no.
You don't like it?
Never tried it,
No.
but I'm quite happy to listen to the external noises as long as there's not somebody shouting in the background.
The ambience, yeah.
Are you a headphone wearer?
I have done in the
Okay.
past, yeah. It depends how noisy the room is, but I mean, certainly on the doubles, he can get a bit more boisterous, can't he? But I guess that's part of the atmosphere.
I was going to say it's a bad sign if your doubles partner's wearing them. That's probably
depends
not.
who your partner is. So, yeah.
So they're both. I mean, Cat's a quick player, and James has not really used up a couple of minutes more than Cat.
Couple of minutes.
So
yeah. Okay, we're back. We're
I
back
don't know
on
if
it.
we're having any time troubles in this match.
No, don't think so. 5-3.
Okay.
Nice.
Standard opening, and James will follow suit.
5-3. Just copy what your opponent does. Okay, 6-4.
Do you carry on making them? Yeah.
Can make the point.
Oh,
Okay, wow, here we go. So we'll.
So Cat's a builder and James is a runner.
Yeah. 5-3, and then he splits
Yeah.
a bad guy. He's only 8 in a zone. You don't need to worry about getting attacked. Got stronger home board. Double 1 is good. Points on 4. By the looks of it. Yep. Okay. So white's got a stronger board there, and it's a dance. So white's can pause
Not
and
quite
think.
done.
Not quite there yet. Now though, if black dances again, we're gonna see it come in. Okay, double 5 is obviously probably black's best. Besides 5-4. Okay, wait. Okay, so with 6
Well, you've gotta-
checkers on the mid, you really want to utilise them, don't you? So
You do, but there was an option to play to the 9 point and duplicate the 4.
I like for
the
here
4
though,
for
black
hitting.
has a stripped midpoint, so he hits but leaves returns with aces.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's okay. Wow, unlucky. So only 9 numbers there danced, and he rolled one of
Cat's
them.
probably doing a quick check on the race.
This looks a bit early to double.
I'm not
With-
so sure.
With the
He's-
gaps on a 5 and 4.
Yeah, but if he's 119, I think, so 61, 89, 101, 109, 115, and he's got a checker which not typically counts as 25, they say. So he's 21 pips ahead, and he has got some rolls to make the 5 or the.
Yeah, 9 rolls to make the 5, right?
He's
From
still got
Bacon
to. He's
is-
still got to come off that 5, but
Okay, so he makes a run through while White's on the bar, and then he follows up 4-2, which is not great. He's going to have to play safely. Yeah. Okay, so 5-1 also not terrific. Okay. So he makes a run for it. And White,
well, James can play to the mid, but he's quite
I
a long
think
way
you used
down.
us. I think you really
Ah.
use those checkers and slot the 5 points.
This,
That's what I
I
would-
think, is going to result in a cube. He's just going to count the race again.
Yeah, so here you've really got to do a count, and
Yeah.
you know you can.
So you're 126 if you're white, and then you're 40, 51, 75, 93, 97, 106. So you're a reasonable amount away. So
Goes back for some
I think
contact.
he'll slot the 5.
You really want to use your checkers efficiently and unstack, and here there you can count it pretty quickly. You know, with multiples of 13. Okay, black does double now.
That's a good double.
Yeah, so now it's. So, you can think about Wolves' law. If you're not sure if your opponent has a take or a pass, then it's a good time to double. Give him a hard decision, something to think about.
He hasn't got many pointing numbers, so that's good. But he's so far ahead in the race, he doesn't need to.
No, he can
hit the
win in
checker to
different
win,
ways.
yeah.
He can win through hitting, racing.
Well, I think
it-
something like a 5-2, Cat would be quite happy with, just to make the 9 point or something.
I think I'm taking it though, for sure. I'm still taking. I mean, he's only got, a 4-2 to point, double 2. He's still got 2 blots in the outfield to clear up.
I think the open 5 point makes it a tempter, because whenever you've got that open 5 point, you feel like you've got a chance in the game. So yeah,
I like the take.
I think it's a nice take. That's a good roll.
6-5 tidies up. Okay, so White's in trouble now. So to make the board, bring one down, another builder for the bar there with force play better because they blocked to the back. Okay, so White's just going to stay back for contact again. Black still has to clear the mid. Does he pay now? Probably not. With
No,
White's
it's
strong. Oh no, it's White strong. So, okay. Well, keep up.
So you can hit and do that,
Pick and-
basically.
Pick and pass, I think, if
Yeah.
there's nothing else really, is there? Okay. He enters with a 5.
Probably slot the 2. That's the
He
alternative.
plays
So you
safe.
don't
I
leave
guess
a
if a
block.
shot is coming, you don't really want the blotting board. Okay, 5-3
That's
is a
awkward.
bit awkward. You don't really want to break the 6 point, but then at the same time, it's like the previous game where leaving a shot is pretty fatal, getting hit. What do you do here, Jeff?
Yeah, clearing the 6 just leaves you in no position. So the 3 is a problem. Do you give White a 5 or a 4-1, or do you hit and give White a 5 or a 4-1 but leave 2 blots? Oh, I suppose actually you can play 8-3, 8-5, I guess.
Well, also I think having a cube here is strong. It's rather
Well, you're not. You've given your cube away if you're Cat. So if you're not going to break the 6, which I think would be pretty awful, I'm sure that I wouldn't be breaking the 6. So I would probably play 3-8 to 5. Yeah, I mean it's safe.
He's still going to be
How
leaving
long?
shots anyway, but White's
Yeah.
going to stay back. 4-2. Okay. Yeah.
That just
3-1.
plays
Just
behind.
plays over his head. So White's got plenty of timing just to stick around.
That's the only thing. White has got timing.
And now he's going to have a board for 5 point. Yep. Okay, good.
You can
Okay.
play that safe as well.
Well, he likes to hit, of course, but
No, I mean-
I don't think you can. Yeah, it's too big. He's hoping to roll a double sometime
Yeah.
soon. Well, double 6 is Banksy ace point.
I think he's going to.
Do you think he's going to go for it?
He's going to check to see what 1,
Mm.
2, and then that 2 down. I mean, black has got a lot of wastage, so
But here,
He's-
though,
he's
you
gonna-
you can, there's gammons here. If black exposes 2 different types of game. Play racing game.
well, I
or-
think
or
no,
contact.
the most race efficient play is to play one down to the bar and put the other one in. I think to the 4 point,
Mm.
and that still puts a little bit of pressure on, and it's good for the race. So if making the 1 point, it gives you the best board,
Mm.
but it's not.
But then you're off anyway, aren't
Correct.
you? With next.
And then if you play the 1 round to the 10 point and 2 down, it's not so race efficient. So that still puts pressure on black.
So a lot of pressure on black, but for this roll anyway. Okay, 5-6. So black's
Yeah.
Let's leave it in indirect. 9s to hit. Also 8s to hit, I should say. 8.
I think you stay back.
Stay back now. You've committed to it, so you've got to follow through. Okay, 5-2 is very good.
I think James. If he, okay. I think he's still got
He's-
quite a good amount of
Yeah,
race
I
value
mean,
here.
Black's got a lot of wastage
Yeah.
for sure on those low points.
That's not
And
good.
here it's nice to own the cube in these bear off positions for sure, because
Oh dear. Well, that could change things a bit.
okay, well, there's plenty of checkers to get off. Yeah.
Yeah, the double 6 was quite. Oh well, the
Okay.
cat's speeded up now with his
I think he's
rolls.
got a good shaking going on. Yeah.
So it's going to be 4-1, or 7 away, 10 away.
7 away, 10 away. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
the double 6 was interesting. I didn't
Mm.
I didn't calculate the wastage, but I would have looked at the one way making the 1 point puts pressure on, but it is poor for the race.
Mhm.
Whereas the other way, I don't know. It was a tricky one. I think James would have rather rolled something like 3-1 and left all his pieces there,
Yeah. Sure.
rather than even contemplating the race. But anyway, so on to the next game.
7-0, 1 away. So Cat can be a bit more cautious with the cue, not too cool, but certainly maintain the lead.
Nice
Double
roll.
3 is excellent. 2 new points. Blitzing. So White comes in. Obviously, Black's got a clear advantage in this position.
Might be tempted. I mean, he might have to tempo this. Just hit on the 1. Yeah.
I think so. Usually, when Black's on the bar, there you like to hit to stop him rolling a 6 to make the
Right.
point. So
I was just going to say, if the score's the other way around, it's a definite double. At
So
4-1, it's a possible double.
it's a little aggressive, and
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about this one. I know White hasn't really got anything, but is one a market loser here?
I think it could. I mean, I like the double, even at the score.
Wow, you're now the aggressive doubler. Okay, so he does hit. Wow, must have seen he come in, and 3's obviously brilliant. Locks up the A point, means if White anchors on the 2, he's hemmed in. Yeah.
Two and hits.
And
I think the one thing with the double is that James has got at the score. James is going to be taking.
Yeah,
Um,
it felt a bit early, but
I'm not sure. I think it was good. double.
maybe, yeah. But you know, like you said, sometimes you just go for it. Okay, so he makes.
Choices. Barrel 4 point.
I think you make the bar. You've got good spares on the 6 and 8.
Well, that's a good roll. That-
Double 4. Wow, and
Make the 4.
make the 4. So now it's solid. The position. White is in a lot of trouble here. 3-2. Okay, not much else really. Okay, excellent. Well, black is
James could do with a 6-5 here. Oh, well, that's like a
double
6-5.
5 is good. Well, certainly making the bar.
Yeah.
And then the ace point, I guess. No. Or
Well, you can make the 3 and slot the ace, which is slightly better, I think. Or you can, or you could make the 2 point, but yeah, I think I'd make the 3 and slot the ace, but I don't think there's a big difference.
So that double 5's put white right back
Yeah,
in
that was
there.
a really good roll. That really has given James a good breather into this game.
So here, black can be a bit more open with a stronger home board. You can really, split. White's going to be reluctant to
Well,
hit
that-
loose.
That's a hit and cover. That's a hit and cover.
Yeah, and hitting here. Yeah, you've got to play to win. So
Well, he's leaving 6s and 1s, so and then you've got 1s, 4s, and 5s. I think Phil Simborg mentioned a formula you can use when you've got 3 points to come in and 2 shots to hit on the outside. I think you times them together and double it or something. 12 shots, something
it's okay, right?
like that. So there's roughly. It's not exact, but it's rough. So Cat will be trying to get one of 12 shots, and that's not one of them. So now, with the score as it is, James, he's probably not quite there, but he's got to consider
He's
looking at
definitely
recubing here.
That's right. I mean,
I would hit loose here.
I think you've got to go 3 now. Yeah, you've got to put 2 on the bar.
5-3 hits
2 on the bar, and now if black dances again, I mean,
even if he comes in with 1, I think you possibly
you really
got that.
start to kind of think about it.
So now this is an interesting one because
So
it's probably done
he's-
enough to hold off the cube, and that's a bad roll.
well, he makes
You can make the 1 point.
make the 1 point. I think he still have a 4-point board. Obviously, he'd prefer to make the 5, but new point's new point.
The question is now, if Cat dances, do you redouble? Well, we're not going to know the answer
We're
to
not
that
going to know,
because he
but,
didn't.
But still, this is awkward, right? So now he's exposed another block.
But he's got that lovely
The
anchor,
anchor
now,
now,
to
so you
worry
can't.
about.
So 3-1 is a duplicated. I think you've got to hit for sure. I mean,
I think you hit and tidy up the
yeah, and
on the
you
11
play
point.
the other one. Yeah, even though the 6s are duplicated there, you could.
So I'm not sure what James is thinking. I know that you want to retain some flexibility, but you also don't want to give too many
Too many shots.
return shots.
Getting hit on the bar as well, you get returns with 2-5, 1-6. So connectivity is a good idea, keeping them 6 spaces apart.
Okay.
3-2. So no, we're not quite there. Obviously,
Not
with the
not,
anchor.
not with the anchor.
Yeah, so the game's changed once he's anchored up. Okay, so he jumps out. That's good. Okay. So this is a danger of cubing when you're ahead, because obviously the trailer can be a bit more aggressive with the recubes.
Well,
And we're not miles off a recube here. You know, now the white's got the back ones out.
I would break that. That's exactly what I would play. Duplicate the fives to come in and the fives to hit. And now it's starting to look quite. Even with that anchor there.
I mean, now it's just a holding game, isn't it, with a gap. So
That's not too bad. We can just come down to the 11 and play into the 2.
okay,
And
so now it's going to be a redouble pass.
Yeah.
I
think
mean,
the
he
doubles-
maybe might have even missed his mark here there and possibly could have doubled the previous roll.
I think it was worth. I think James was considering it, and
Yeah, this he
the,
can't
dub,
take
the,
this.
the double 6 just turned the corner so quickly because you cleared your awkward checkers in one go.
So even with
Okay, he is counting just to see, and I think he's going to find out that he's quite a long way ahead. Behind rather, not ahead. 100, 200, 400. I think he's 123 and 41, 50. Yeah, he's only going to win if he gets a shot. I mean, James has got an open 5 point. That's the only thing that is negative about his position, and he has got to clear those 7 and 8 points. But
well, White
it's
has a
just-
bad 6-5.
There's not enough contact
There's
for
just
me.
not enough bad 6-5, double 6.
Well, even 6-5, Dan, you're leaving an indirect shot as well. I mean, you're right. It's not a good roll. You wouldn't want to roll it, but you're not given a direct shot.
It's not
which is
enough to
awful.
take.
I'm really.
But he is
Okay,
taking.
but
Okay, he's clearly hoping for a shot with
Well, that's a good roll. That
double
just-
3 just makes a 5, and now that's it. He'll probably regret the take now after that. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
'Cause
don't know what
the
he was
race, the
thinking
race
there.
was not close, unless he just thought that there was enough contact, obviously.
Yeah.
And look, he's got a shot.
Wow,
So
he's been a little unlucky there, way, but okay. So
and there you go. Who knows
oh my
about this
gosh,
guy?
and now this is going to be a redouble pass. I mean, after that,
Yeah.
so it's another 4 points for Cal. Oh dear. Well, there you are. So yeah. So
James has got what, 2 off?
yeah, you can't. So even though
I mean, you do overshoot slightly with an 8 cube, but I don't think it really matters.
yeah, you drop this in. Okay, so 3 away, 10 away. Wow. So Cat huge favourites now.
That was quite strange because there was justification. You know, you could justify James cubing maybe a roll or 2 earlier than he did, and like we both thought he'd lost his market with the double 6.
Yeah.
And then Cat took it and showed that no, you can still win from this position.
Yeah. So 10 away, 3 away, 13% winning chances for the trailer.
Okay.
So not a great deal, but the trailer can be very aggressive with the cubing. Any favourable sequence, then the cube's coming, and the leader needs to be extremely cautious to double this. Maybe
Yeah, I mean,
maybe in a no contact
Yeah.
race position, then it's probably correct, but certainly not otherwise. So I mean, even this you'll be doubling as White
it's
with a
certainly
trailing
close.
score. I mean, I'd double that for sure with some.
I think James is a bit gun shy after the last game, to be honest.
Yeah, I just think, you know,
what do I have to do to win a game here?
because now, I mean, yeah. So now it's
He's lost the
it's
market.
a
now.
pass.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
pass.
before it. So again, you've really got to double before.
No, I agree, but you know, emotionally you shouldn't you shouldn't alter your. It's so much easier said than done, and you've just seen the game completely spin, and I'm sure it happens to all of us. We tend to be a little bit tentative, and then you can guarantee as soon as you're a bit tentative, the rolls are going to be perfect for
Yeah,
you. You're going
you
to
over-adjust.
you know,
I mean,
you
well,
over-adjust.
Yeah,
It's a
Wilson
natural-
Ellings
it's a
talks
natural
about
thing.
that.
Yeah.
He's kind of has his kind of spiritual approach.
Here we go again then. So we've got a double 6, and let's.
And yeah,
now, will James
and I would
double
double
now?
this as
yeah,
well.
I would double this.
Double here, you've got some marquee losers: double 3, double 1, double 4, double 5 clears.
I think James is just going through.
3-1, 2-1. Particularly of his score. I mean, you're doubling, and okay, he doesn't take quickly.
No, I think it's a take.
I think so. Yeah. But 3-1 is
That's a
one of
nice
the
roll.
best. And now it's gammonish, this position. You know, black's going to get stuck behind the prime, leave another blot. Okay, he makes a 5 prime, so solid position. White's huge advantage.
Well,
in
James
this game.
James has timed this one right this time. I mean, he
Good double there.
Yeah, it was a good
You
double
know.
because, like you said, there were certain roles that can lose your market. Exactly what he did.
Yeah.
And it's looking very promising for him.
So definitely looking up O'Hagan's law online if you're not familiar with that. Usually you want 9 market losing sequences to offer a double.
Rolls, market
Rolls,
losing
indeed. Yeah.
Sequences could be a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, double 2. Well, you're not moving 2 checkers that I can see. So he's going to slot. Yeah.
Okay, I mean black's got 2 blots in board, so you can make a slot in play there. You're kind of taking advantage of weaknesses.
Double 2 back.
Okay, but even still, black's still completely primed in. So white hasn't got much to worry about. And double 5, okay, so you can just break for contact in the position here. I don't think you need to. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You don't really want to give Cat a chance to hit you. And then...
Okay, 5-2 is actually quite awkward there. He has to, play deep. Okay, what do we have? That's
I think it's a 6-1, which means that...
okay, so...
yeah, that duplicates the one needed
Duplicates
to
to
cover.
1s, yeah. Okay, I mean, with the open 5 point, black's not going to be hitting anyway, so... Okay, so... Here, white's got good spares on the high points, means black comes off with a single 6. White's just going to attack off the front. Try to get gammons with a cube turn.
Well, I think I'd come into the 7 and play down to the 11, and then if black rolls a 6, you've got quite a lot of builders.
That's right. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Nice play. There you can square the spare, so 4x4s. You get 16 pointing
There you
rolls
go.
here.
Well, now you're going to try and use one of those.
I
16
mean, I'll
rolls.
just be hitting with anything here.
You've
so-
actually got the 5s as well working for you.
Okay, so there you go. Well, you so many rolls, point or hit loose. Wow.
So now, are you going to
So
try
now
and fish for another checker at some point?
I think I would trailing.
Yeah.
I think I'd slot the front
Yeah, you slot.
and
slot
then
the two.
hope to come in and get that other guy. Yeah, why not? You've really got to be strategic in these positions and just try to make up that score. Okay, so a couple of good games here. Okay, so he
Yeah.
brings it in,
1, 2, 3.
settles
4, 5.
for the 2 points.
No, it's got a chance. It's
Yeah.
small, but it's there's about.
He's left
13.
himself a double 6, double 5, but that's it. Okay, 5-4 is a bit awkward because you don't like being odd on the back there, but not really much choice. So now we've got 6-5, 6-4, 5-4. So 6, double 6, double 5, double 4.
I think you've got to take one off here. Okay.
So
That's it.
bear offs, you've got to be very careful. Some people can play too quickly. You've really got to go through the roll. Okay, so
Cat needs to come in.
White's
really.
got a gin position. No shot levers here. No, zero position, Mitchy calls it. Okay, so now we've got for doubles. Bob Black enters 27 rolls, come straight in, and this is pretty much over.
I think there was more chance of James getting a gammon than Cat turning it around.
Yeah,
I mean,
thought I was going to say becoming Pope or something.
yeah.
Yes.
There's still a small chance. I mean, a double would make it interesting.
I mean, yeah. You know, you never know. I've seen it happen. So, Black rolls a 2-1-3-1, followed by a double. Okay, there you go, and that's it.
So James has
Another
pulled back a
2
couple more.
points. Okay, so 7 away, 3 away. Again, but you know, the trailer can still be aggressive. Okay, maybe Cat's going to take a break. I think good time to take a break. You feel the tempo going against you a bit. You kind of take a little break.
Mm, 7 away, 3 away.
Yeah, I think Cat was a little lucky there in that game earlier when he should have passed. Tuck, 6-6 was rolled, and then he got a hit with the 2s.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see that.
But it's
redoubled.
backgammon, anything can happen.
It's interesting for me. I'm playing the winner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
You can do some research.
I just thought I'd see, because you get a glimpse of like some players are dead attacking, some are conservative, but I've seen him at the BMAP Cat, so he seems a strong player.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think the one thing you notice, because he will give aggressive doubles, because that tends to be what you do at BMAP.
yeah.
Because you just get used to XG just erroring you for every missed double, so you tend to be quite aggressive with the doubles.
You can definitely overcompensate though. Again,
Well, I play the player at tournaments, and since I've started doing that, I've just won Manchester Masters 3 times on the trot. And at BMAP I got 7 out of 10. So,
okay. Good.
But at the BMAP you've got to obviously play on your PR, but when you're playing the tournaments you can play, like if you think the player's a bit weaker than you and you see you're going to get gammoned, you might think...
You can make some adjustment, but
some adjustments.
Are we still being? We are on the channel.
I'm just going to put a shout out for my channel. Backgammon is Beautiful. Please check that out on YouTube and subscribe. And I have lots of videos on aspects of backgammon.
Yeah, it's a good channel. You've had some good guests on there, haven't you, Dan?
You've been on there, Jeff, talking about eyesight. You're not familiar with eyesight. Jeff does an hour talking you through eyesight racing. Yeah. Mitchy and Mochi both came on. If you're familiar with those names, do you know them, Mitchy and Mochi? Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
Okay.
Both very credible players.
Excellent.
So we've just heard that the semi-final will be the winner of this against, I forget your second name,
Dickinson.
Connor Dickinson.
Well, I'm in the last 8, so...
So this will be last 8 now, or you've just won in the last 8?
No, I'm in the last 8, so I'm waiting for the winner of this.
I thought this was the last 8. This is a quarter final, isn't it? I think you might be in the semi-final.
I'm not sure.
You might be doing better than you think.
The reason it's a bit confusing is like there were 14 buys in the first round, and what really surprised me is it's meant to start at half-7, and because they have the doubles, I don't think anybody, I don't know if there's a computer program, because originally it was meant to be 32 players, but when you had 41, it took another something like it got to half-8 before they could do a formula. So 14 players got a buy.
Okay.
So this match here is the round of 16.
Ah,
I see.
okay. Well, that would make
There's quite a long
sense.
way to go for the.
Yeah, there is, isn't there?
We've got
Yeah.
the extra day though with the UK Open this year. Definitely gives a bit more time for people to get all their matches played and side events. Plenty of side events going on. Speed
I've managed to miss them all at the moment.
Yeah, DMP, Swiss. I mean, Andrew and David doing an excellent job. And Julia, of course, working hard.
Oh,
Mark as well,
we're
let's not
back.
forget Mark.
They're both wearing headphones, actually.
Okay.
So, I don't know if they're tuned into the same channel.
Maybe they're listening
Or
to
maybe
our
they're talking
comments.
to each other, yeah.
Good.
Okay, off we go. Well, that's an easy one. 6-5.
Okay.
So, 7 away, 3 away. Okay.
Okay, black
So,
split.
James is still going to be very aggressive. And now I like... Because I've run, actually I would do the minor split.
He duplicates 4s here, but
Yeah.
I think the other split is better because 3s are duplicated the other way, which play well to make a 5. But again, you know, James here is, you know, you need to be thinking about potential cube action. So you're moving your checkers, hoping to get to a position of an efficient cube.
Yeah, well, that's going to stop any thoughts of a cube at the moment, because that's
Double
a good
4
roll.
plays very well. Yeah, makes a point, tidies up. Excellent. Excellent response. So 4-1 is... Here you're a bit reluctant to hit against a stronger board, but what else can you do?
You're giving a shot anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it looks right.
Okay, so 4-1, stepping up. White's 8th point is stripped, so you don't mind stepping up into that. If White wants to hit you, he's going to leave a shot.
Well, the option is to come in on the 20 and hit 6-5.
So here I think you've got to hit, for sure. You've got to put your checkers where they belong. You get hit back, you have an opportunity to make the golden point, which is good.
Which is why you need to roll quite well.
Okay, so again, I just keep hitting here. I don't see anything else. 14-13 is way too static. Too
No,
passive.
he's going to hit. I mean, he's considering it, but I think
You
you leave yourself open to being hit twice. Well, not now.
You really don't like 6 checkers on the mids. You give Cat a lot of initiative here to point on you with numbers, to anchor up. Simply got to hit there.
I think so. He's just
6, okay, it's... Wow.
oh, okay.
He's made an aggressive hit there.
He's been reading Mitchie.
Yeah, it's, okay, he gets away with it. I'm not sure that was right, but it's kind of Cat's style of play, I think. A bit more aggressive. Okay, well, that is a superb follow-up with 4-1. I think you make the board here. You don't need the anchor. There's no...
It's pretty reasonable.
I just kind of think White's only got 6 checkers there. There's no threat of being blitzed. You just make the board. Okay, so
I think he's forced to play that.
yeah,
There's not much else.
Okay, so now he's going to hit, of course, and what now? Double hit.
Well, he did it before.
The double hit now looks more attractive, but now that you've got the rack formation hitting off the front, you don't mind it, particularly when White dances with 9 rolls. Okay, so White is in trouble here. A gammon takes Cat to Crawford. However, it's not happening anytime soon.
He's going to switch here, I think.
Yeah, you don't want White to have the high anchor here. You've also got another checker to pick up in the outfield, so... Okay.
I mean, the ideal sonnet thing that Cat's working on is that he doesn't have to risk sending the cube, because he can just keep playing on to try and get to Crawford.
As you should, yeah. You
And,
want to win an undoubled gammon
yeah,
in this. It's
which is it's working out perfectly for him
yeah,
at the moment.
exactly. You certainly cubing this, a recube was just going to come flying back. So yeah. And why? I mean, the gammons are on here. I mean, even though white has the anchor, I mean, I certainly
I don't think I
would-
would have cubed
I
that.
don't think I would have queued. I think black's possibly too good in that position.
I thought his plan was to go for the gammon, and
I
then.
think I would
But
have
anyway, it's a good score. It's 2 away.
But again, here, for your leader on 2 away, Jams can be, again, very aggressive with the cubes. I mean, very...
Yeah, Cat's got a pretty low take point here at this score.
Sure, when he's an odd away. Yeah. 7 away 2. Okay, not fantastic. 6-4.
I think I would just slot the 3, but I mean,
I think so. You don't
You
like
can make
making a
it,
deep point, really. Yep. Not ideal, but a point's a point. 3-1.
bar point.
Okay, makes a bar, gives him 2 landing spots. Always good. Okay, so now we just play to the 4 point. Yep.
so we got this Tilly. We got this. Oh, that's not good.
Double one is very awkward. Has to play them in. Doesn't like it, but
We got this holding game
Yeah.
situation, which.
okay. So. Well, here I think you can make the 4 point and slot the 3. Black's got no board. If black chooses to hit loose, you get plenty of returns. Yeah. Okay, I probably would have done the other one because we would have duplicated 2s better. But so here, this is quite dangerous now for Cad. I mean,
Not so sure.
so yeah, I'm not even sure you should hit here. Would you hit there?
Well, I'd be checking to see what the race was. I mean, if it's close, I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't hit. Okay, it's just having a lot. So it's 88, 102, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 3, 140. Unless he's got, 140, I think, black. And then 66, 81, 92.
I don't think you need.
124 for white. So he is 16 pips down.
But even
and
so, it's
quite dangerous.
with a match lead, you want to reduce volatility in the position. Black's got plenty of timing here. White is stripped on pretty much all the points in the outfield, so something he's going to give. So this looks right to me. Okay, 3-1 is excellent. Makes a 5 point. Okay, so double 6 is it's obviously good for the race, but leaves black stripped also.
Yeah, they're both quite strict.
So even 4-1 here plays very awkwardly. It's a 4-1. Yeah,
I think he's got one.
I think you have to. Again,
He's leaving himself a 6.
yeah, and I don't think you can hit again.
Well,
I don't like it. But white does have a blotting board. Okay.
not anymore.
Yeah. Okay,
So that's evened up the race. I mean, it does come at a risk, but you can't just.
yeah. Okay, so now with a direct 6 to hit and the deficit, I would be cubing this for sure.
I think with the 17 shots that you've got.
I mean, he really wants to try to minimise shots, and here you're leaving. This is why I feel like it was not great to break, but this is a lot of shots. Here we've got 5s and 6s. I mean, I don't even think Cat can
No,
take
he's
this.
actually hitting. I think he's put it on top of the white checkers, so
Oh, okay.
you would have 11 3s, you'd have 4 6, you'd have 4 5. So you're almost close to the 17 already, except you've got a pile of lots around. So I think if you are going to do something, this is the play. But you are tempting the cube, because
Yeah, I'm.
I would be cubing.
It'd be cubing. It's very volatile. I mean, here is classic. Marky losers. Hitting with a 6. It's pretty much gin after that.
So it's 4 6 4 5 double 5 on top of the 3. So that's 16 shots. And if you leave this other one, it's 17 shots. But you've got 3 blots now.
Yeah, I don't like it. It certainly becomes a lot more gammonish with more blots doing around.
I think it's just a bad run. Is there any other way? But the thing is, he's got 2 blots to clear up, hasn't he? So I don't think there's any way he can play safe. So he's got to leave.
Unless he just
something.
forces a pass. Sometimes you just force a pass and you lose 1 point. So here he's using the time on the clock, counting the shots. Certainly plenty of time left to go through the rolls in these positions. Thinking about what's going to happen. Okay, so now you've got a cubit, of course. Cat takes it, of course. You may be missed.
Yeah, you missed half the time.
Yeah, so it's an easy take. And is that double 1?
Yeah,
Well,
and I
that's-
wouldn't move that back checker.
No,
so
you just have to slide a shuffle of his. Wow, that's pretty bad roll. Double 1, never mind.
Well, you had 19 rolls that weren't.
Yeah,
Great
of
for you.
course, yeah. But good double. Saw the opportunity there.
Well, Cat's still got work to do as well. Well, the race isn't out.
I mean, he
out.
might not even clear it. He's still got a number of rolls which don't get passed. 3-1, 2-1, 4-1. 4-1 is okay.
4-2.
4-2, exactly. Okay, so 5-3.
There's another one where at
Another
least you
one.
get a
So
shot.
now he hits, yeah, of course. Okay, so big moment here. James really needs to hit. And
I can see a 4, but
a
I'm
4-1,
not
which
sure.
is
4-1.
okay.
No, it's not. It's 4.
What was that? 4-5. Okay. Okay, sure. He doesn't really have much choice there. I mean, it might have been right to stay back with a 4 and come down off a mid.
I think I liked him coming
Yeah,
out.
yeah. So Black is in the driving seat here. White really needs a shot here. Black might have some difficulty clearing the mid with 6s. Okay. So, I think he leaves. Okay.
I don't like that.
It's a bit awkward.
Well, you can make the 3 and keep your midpoint intact.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah, give you 8s to make that. It means, okay, so here it's very awkward for Black now to not leave a shot.
Trouble is, White's run out of timing. So do you run from the 20 and risk?
You really,
You risk a 1-2,
I
1-3,
like
1-4,
it.
1-5.
Yeah, I like the play.
I think
keeping the mid.
You have to keep the mid.
Because here, yeah, but one's hit anyway on the 5 point
Oh my
down.
gosh.
Okay,
Right.
well that's Okay, so
Okay, so do you?
mm,
I mean, you're so far ahead in the race, you don't need to hit.
yeah, I
Um,
think so. I mean, you're just leaving 6-5, aren't you? So the other way, you'll leave more shots off the pick and pass.
That's it, I think.
Okay.
Well done to Kat.
Well done, Kat. Okay, that's it. Thank you guys for tuning in.
I suppose I better wait just in case. You know, this is pretty. I've seen some big races lost, but this is going to be right up there with them all. Okay.
That 5-5 pretty much settled it there.
Actually, the pattern was Cat. You know, they were quite a lot of the times where James was hanging back, waiting for a shot, and Cat was doing a good job at not giving many away.
Yeah, quite similar. A lot of
Yeah.
holding games.
Holding games with Cat trying to come round.
That's right.
And this time, in this match, he's managed to be quite successful at keeping James at bay. So,
Okay, so
unlucky James.
So
It
Cat's
looks
in the
like-
last 8 then.
Looks like it, unless 2-1, 2-1, and we need a double here.
Mhm.
Okay, well, you know, let's not. You know,
Let's
let's
I mean,
not,
this. Gosh.
oh my gosh!
Wow. That
Just
was,
in case, so there was, we couldn't even have a sweat on the last roll. Okay, well done, Cat, and commiserations to James.
yeah.
So Cat's now in the last 8 of the super jackpot.
Okay then. That's it.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Jeff.
Don't forget you're joining me later when we play our doubles event.
That's right.
So let's hope we're in tune for that.
Cool. See you, folks.
Better get someone to turn the mic off, I guess.
It's always nice to see people play the different styles.
Yeah.
I borrowed a charger. I've just done that. I'm going to check my doubles situation.
No, I didn't cover. I make it and hit. Oh, no, sorry, not yeah, you made 2. And then the next game was the double 2 and I hit you, cover and make a. I actually remember the double 2 was the highlight of the match. And I had one with double 4 and with that one I cover, I then I cover this one. So I tidy up everything. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if